Hello, you delightful individuals, you happy-go-lucky scabs of humankind, you happy-go-lucky beautiful human beings, how you doing, how's it going? Welcome on into the cult of fame, the home of hedonism, here on this little corner that we call twitch.tv/ValenVane. Where's my music? Is it there? That's better. That's better. Now I can bloody hear it. I was confused as to what was going on there. But I'm here. Welcome back, friends. How you doing? How's it going? How are things? How was your weekends?
Yeah, you subscribed.
Good Lord, Popewet. Good Lord. 6 whole months, you cheeky little devil. And our first subscription of March as well. Look at you. Look at you coming in here, you cheeky little devil. Coming in here for 6 whole months. Good Lord. Things to the fence as well with a 25 stream streak. Good Lord, streaking all over the place. Got cold again today. Got cold again. What are you doing streaking all over the place? What's it all about? What's it all about? Oh, lordy, lordy. And also, ladies and gentlemen and all genders outside and between, the glorious Milky Bork has redeemed a praise the mod. So while I'm doing this, I would like you to throw out all of your mod loves, all of your love hearts from this channel and every channel. Say a massive thank you to those wonderful, wonderful moderators. I'm looking dapper today. I was feeling dapper today. Nibrin, I was feeling dapper today. I was feeling in the mood to dress the fuck up. And I have to say, it's been a really productive day because of it. Whether it's because I've just been in a productive mood or because I was in a suit.
Magikarp.
That's accurate. Thank you very much to the 129 Razar. Hope wit, I should not scrap a name on the mirror vein. Having your name on the mirror vein means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. And I believe that you are the first person as well to take us that one step closer to the 60-40 split for March. So thank you very much for that as well, for being a paid subscriber. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that, you beautiful bean. Oh, right. Okay, all good in the proverbial hood. Mods, thank you very much for being here. I really, really appreciate it. You give up your time to give me my my ability to be in this channel doing what I do. So thank you very much. I genuinely really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. But welcome on in, you cheeky little devils. It has been a whole weekend. I have done an excessive amount of nerding, and today was a very productive day. So things are doing well. Things are doing well in my little brain pan. Do you know what I mean? How's it going, Milky Bog? Hello, Astra. Hello, you beautiful being.
Panda to it.
Hello.
Someone has been going around stealing the wheels off cop cars. We're live. Detectives are working tirelessly to find the culprit.
Oh, come on, Chags. Oh, come on. Oh, come on now. Really? Thank you very much for 100 little panda rings, Chags. Our first dad joke of the bloody month. And sure not to be the last. I have no doubt. I have no doubt at all. How's it going, Frankie D? Hello, Razotta. Hello, Milky Bog. Hello, Dabber Cogsworth. Welcome on in. Aphelion Panda. How you doing, you cheeky devil? Gilus. Hello, you beautiful bean. Today's intro track, when we were in the just chatting section, you people that are watching the VOD on the VODs and Vanity channel, you will not know what the intro track was because it doesn't really matter. But today's intro track was from a band called Mouth Ulcers, and they seem to be a relatively new band, but they play really old school, like 80s goth style music. Think early The Cure. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. I would listen to them early today. I was like, ooh, who are these? Oh, I'm listening to them later. That'll do nicely. Jam Jar Brain, welcome on in, cheeky little devil.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Must be all the 5G towers. Causing those tireless hot spots.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
I play hide and seek with my abs. They are really good at it. Oops. I misread AB for AD in what you are talking about.
God damn it. Zabadian and Razotta, you vex me. You vex me in my little bloody soul. You vex me, I tell you. I am vexed. See this? Vexed. Thank you very much for 100 little panderings. God damn it. God damn it. Yes, the ads, not the abs. The ads is what we're going to be talking about today. For those people that don't, we're not going to do it straight away. I'm going to chat to you for a bit. But for those people that don't know, we've been doing an experiment over the past 4 weeks to try and work out what is best for the viewer experience and the channel and for me as a streamer in regards to advertisements on Twitch. If you are a streamer, this is probably going to be pretty useful for you as well. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. I will give some time for people to get in because I know that there's quite a few streamers that were interested in it. Ooh, that's a good point. Let me contact my stream team. Pre-rolls on pre-rolls versus mid-rolls. Tonight, like now, if anyone is interested, because a few people in the in my little stream team, or the stream team I'm a part of more specifically, said they were. So I will, when they get in, we'll crack on. We'll give some time for people to get in first, and then we'll talk about all stuff. It also gives me a chance to say hi to you, talk about the weekend, you know, ask you what you've been up to, you know. Sidonimus, how you doing? How is it a man born without feathers can so exquisitely rock them? This is a good question. This is a good question, Sidonimus, but I also really fucking love feathers, so I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one. I can't help it. I fucking love that shit. 6 months is at least a fifth of a year, at least a fifth.
Hand it to it, hand it to it.
At least.
Ads can get you laid, because when I turned on ad blocker, all the women in my area who were interested in me suddenly disappeared.
I liked that. I begrudgingly admit it. But I liked that one. That amused me. That tickled me. It was about in. Thank you very much for 100 little panderings. God damn it. God damn it. How you doing, Nibbering? How's it going, you cheeky dove? I've got an itchy ear today. Normally it's my nose, but today it's my ear. Well, now I feel special, so you should, Popewit. So you bloody well should, God damn it. Mods are awesome. They certainly bloody are. They certainly bloody are. How you doing, Chags? How you doing, you beautiful individual? Phoenix and Vens, it's been warming up here. 12 degrees C and warming up to 15 tomorrow. Do you know what? It's been pretty warm around here as well, to be fair. Like, today was relatively cold, and like you get the occasional cold day, but like during the day when the sun's out and what have you, it's been getting up to like 15, 16. In fact, I would even go so far as to say that it's actually a little bit hotter than that, because my thermostat on the brand new boiler is set at 17 degrees. And there was a couple of days last week where the heating refused to come on because apparently inside the house was 17 degrees. And I was like, well, fuck. That's unfucking heard of in February. Now we're in March. Who knows? Who bloody knows? All right. And wonderfully sunny too. Yeah, I've been enjoying the sunshine. It's amazing. And do you know what? It happens every single year. And every single year, I am amazed at what a difference the sunshine makes. Absolutely bloody amazed at what a difference the sunshine makes. The sunshine comes out and I'm like, vitamin D, light, warmth. My God, I feel alive again. Good Lord, look at that. Who'd have thunk that I required these things for existence and good moods? Well, shit, you know. How's it going, Zooey Booey? How you doing, you beautiful individual? Renar as well. Hello, you cheeky devil. Zooey Booey, I was cleaning out the fish tank this morning and gave the one of the shrimp little hair.
Hand it to me, go. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
Himself, so it was just
Be
water.
warned, if you enter a Viagra eating competition, you will get some stiff competition.
What? No. Do not eat more than one Viagra, friends. So don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Hand
Follow
it to
the
me,
instructions.
go.
God damn it. All
Hand
right.
it to it.
It is cloudy and snowing outside, and I just realized I ate the last piece of cheese in the fridge. Ain't no sunshine when cheese gone.
Don't laugh, Phoenix to the fence. Don't do it. Milky Bog, do not. This encourages them. It is not worth it. Zooey Booey coming in with 115 stream streak. It has been a bit sunnier today. But now the sun has gone and it's bloody freezing again. What are you doing? What is going on? What is happening here? I've just smashed my face full of chips as well. Num 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 num. You've been doing some a little bit experimenting with ads yourself, Pope Wit. Well, I will be throwing out. So the plan today is we're going to chat for a little bit, chat shit for a little while, allow people to get in if they would like to get in. Then we will talk about the ads. I will go through and I'm going to be very clear about what I'm earning via ads over 3 different 4-week periods. So February, 4 weeks in January, and 4 weeks in December. All right. So that everyone can get a very clear view of exactly what ads are getting, exactly what ads are earning people and what have you, based on me and my numbers. And obviously you can do your own comparative research to you and your own numbers as well. And then after we've done that little section, I will be throwing it out to all of you to ask about your opinions, about your views, about your experience over the past month in regards to streaming and whether it's been better, whether it's been worse, whether it hasn't made a blind bit of fucking difference, whether you genuinely couldn't give less of a fuck. That's the information that I need to get from all of you when we're talking about it here today. Okay? That's the stuff that we're going to be chatting about in a bit. JM Beard, how you doing? Welcome on in. How's it going? The suit does feel like a black feather collar ruff would look great with it. Yes. I interestingly enough, I found out recently that one of the reasons, the Elizabethan ruff, where like the Blackadder ruff, the big lace collars that they had and what have you, that came into fashion because of syphilis. There you go. There's your free whimsical fact about sex. That the Elizabethan ruff came around came into fashion because so many nobles had syphilis and it was messing with the muscles and the issues with their throat and what have you, that they had the ruff to keep their head up straight so they didn't look like they had fucking syphilis. And so many people wore it because so many of the nobility had fucking syphilis that it became fashionable. There you go. Found that out like last month. I was like, fuck me, that's amazing. That is amazing, right? This is a sharp look. I try my best. Sometimes, Droxper, how you doing, Droxper? Sometimes I just gotta wear a suit. I don't know. Does anybody else get that? Where you wake up one morning, you're just like, today I'm gonna look real nice. Today I'm gonna go out of my way to look real nice. I'm not doing anything special. There's nothing going on. I'm in a mood to look real fucking good. Because I get that shit. I get that shit all the time. Usually, not this time, but usually when I'm feeling particularly down in the dumps. If I'm feeling particularly low, if I've got like an emotional or a mental low day or what have you, I'm like, right, I'm going to get up and make myself pretty. Also, do not worry about this, by the way, friends. I've got a bit of pink eye going on. No, I haven't been tongue punching anybody's fart box. I don't know what's going on. I woke up with it yesterday. So I've at some stage evidently burst a blood vessel in my eyeball.
But I
didn't realise until I looked in the mirror.
A dog goes and licks a tree. The dog exclaims, "Ruff, bark."
Oh my fucking God, Zabadian. How did you go from that wonderful advertisement joke earlier to fucking dogs licking trees? How did you go from that to this? All right, that was comedy genius. This, good Lord. Scraping the bottom of the barrel. Jesus Christ. How you doing? Zabadian, thank you very much for 100 little panderings. Even if they are vexing panderings. You shit. What was it doing? Yes. Yeah. Do anybody else get that thing where you just like, right, I'm in the mood to fucking look pretty? Like I said, normally when I've had a period of feeling particularly like mentally low for whatever reason, that is when I'm like, do you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get dressed. I'm gonna look pretty. But today it was just I woke up and I was like, right, I'm in a good mood. Listened to some Faith No More this morning. Got up, did some bits and pieces, cleaned out the fish tank, got myself a shower, straightened my hair. I was like, right, today is a suit day. I'm gonna wear a suit. Fuck yeah.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
The thief who stole my iPhone could FaceTime.
That's bad. That's not as bad as dogs licking trees, but it is pretty bad, Milky Pork. It is pretty bad. Thank you very much for 100 little panderings, you shit. You shit. Today I went to the office.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Somebody asked me recently why I took up downhill skiing. I told them uphill skiing was far too difficult.
I mean, at least I get that one.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
A friend asked me to walk downhill with him. I declined.
Oh no! No, Zabadian! No!
Panda to my ego.
No!
Panda to it. Panda to it.
Why did Valen Vane bring a ladder to the Valentine's Day party? Because he heard the stakes for the most handsome award were sky high, and he wanted to make sure he was the first one pointed out.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
God damn it,
I put the
superior.
sexy in dyslexic.
Yep. I'm out! I'm out! Goodbye! Goodbye forever! Goodbye forever! I hate you all. Every single one of you. Every one of you. Every single human
Panda to
being
my
here.
ego.
Especially those people
Panda to
laughing.
it. Panda to it.
Recently I saw a dwarf escaping a prison. As he was climbing down the fence he sneered at me. He was a
Panda
little
to my ego.
condescending.
Panda to it. Panda to it.
A pessimistic hiker gets to the peak of Mount Everest.
It's never
He
ending!
says to his friend, "It's all downhill from here."
God damn it! Thank you very much,
Yeah,
the panderings.
subscribe.
All of the panderings. All of them. Good Lord!
Kind.
No!
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
There is no
Why
way.
did Valen refuse to look in the mirror? Because he heard that even his reflection was all in vain.
Oh, for,
Yeah,
oh, for fuck's
subscribe.
sake. Oh, for jeez.
Kind.
Our happy train time
Second
laughing
carriage
smiling.
connected.
You have literally bits. Thank you very much for the Prime and Shade and Sunshine. Thank you very much for the Tier 1 for the 53 months. God damn it, friends. This is violence. It is violence, Nauseum. It is violence at this point. You can tell people have got paid today. Jesus Christ. Everyone's like, right, racking up them bits. Let's fucking go. Valen Vane, first stream of the month. Get out my little book of dad jokes. Okay, here we go. Do 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 do. You have actually started. Not only have you started a level 1 hype train. No, not only have you started a hype train, but you've already completed level 1 with 2 subscriptions, and the rest of it is just dad jokes. You have got a fucking dad joke train. This is the kind of train that I would gladly miss. The kind of train that I'd look at, see all of the dads on it, and be like, I'm good. I'm good. I'm all right.
Panda to my
yeah,
ego.
I'm good.
Panda to it.
I don't need
Panda
that.
to it.
Oral sex in the morning is a great way to get a head start.
Oh my god. Why do you ruin oral sex in the morning for me, Milky Pork? Why have you ruined oral sex in the morning? Why? I will never be able to give head in the morning ever again. But specifically because of that stupid fucking joke. God damn it. You've ruined it for me. You've ruined it. Damn you.
Panda to my
Confound
ego.
you and
Panda
everything
to
you
it.
stand for.
Panda
And
to
the horse you
it.
rode in on.
The reason these dad jokes hit so well is because they are all apparent.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, for fuck's sake. Come on now. No. I'm literally checking the time, being like, have I been live long enough now? Can I leave? Can I leave? Is that long? Is that okay? Is that all right? I've been streaming for 24 minutes. Can I leave? Can I just walk? Can I go? All right. Nah. What's the shop that you are part of for
Panda to my
playing?
ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Why did Valen Vane get fired from the calendar factory? Because he took a day off to admire himself and ended up losing perspective.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Come on. God damn it. Oh, geez. Tabby as well. Tabby the Panda is also redeemed. Show Dono his speech, which means I've got to talk about the bloody... I got to talk about this as well. I'm going to be very quick about it, Tabby. I'm letting you know I'm going to be quick about it because this is already ridiculous. This is already ridiculous. You can't hate Valen jokes. Yes, I can. Because they're dad jokes. Hey, all jokes. They're dad jokes.
Subscribed.
I'm going to get to these bloody subscriptions in a minute as well. So Shade and Sunshine, thank you very much for giving us up to You Can Never Leave. This upsets me. This upsets me. This upsets me. This upsets me. See this? This is me upset. All right, that's that. What the fuck? What the fuck? Friends, we have got a donation goal. You do not have to donate to it by any bloody stretch of the imagination. It is going to be on for the next 16 minutes apparently, because Stupedia has extended it by another 10 minutes. The donation goal at the moment is this specific donation goal is to help me pay off some of my debt. We're going to have a different one the next time round, and then we're going to go back to the paying off the debts because I finally swallowed my pride and asked people for help to help me get rid of some debt that has been hanging over my head for over a decade. The way we're doing it, though, is we're doing it in £200 increments because the overall debt is £3,500, but we're doing it in £200 increments, and every £200, cheeky, every £200, I do like a reward thing for you beautiful individuals to say thank you for all of your unbelievable kindness and helping me out in this regard and what have you. The reward that has been selected for the end of this one, so once we hit that last 18%, to get it to the £200 goal, is a Bob Ross stream. So I will be doing a Bob Ross stream where we do Bob Ross streams slightly differently here because I don't have any paints and I don't have any canvases. I don't have any of those types of brushes either.
Hand it to
my
me,
ego. Have
hand it to it. Hand it to it.
You're so vain. I bet you think this joke is about you.
Are you genuinely corrupting A, the song, and B, the raid message? Are you messing up my raid message? Zabadian, are you messing up my raid message? Why are you like this? Why are you people like this? Ruin everything. God damn it. Do you have Mario Paint? I do not have Mario Paint. I do not have Mario Paint. Friends, if you have got hype train emotes, could you please throw them out now to say a massive, massive thank you to all of those beautiful subscribers, all the people that threw the biddies out, even if those biddies were accompanied with bloody dad jokes.
Heru. Light skin tone waving hand sign, light skin tone waving hand sign, light skin tone waving hand sign.
Hi, how's it going, Druid as a Midian? Hello, you beautiful individual. Thank you very much for coming in. It says 8 months there, but you've been subscribed for 12 months, so I don't know why it's saying 8 months there. You've been subscribed for an entire year, so I don't know why it's saying that. That is weird. That is weird. That is unusual, and that is weird. Right, let me inscribe all of these beautiful people that have actually subscribed and not thrown bloody dad jokes at me. Bits coming in with the prime. 314, getting your numbers right. Then we had Shade and Sunshine. Then we had Shade and Sunshine's gifted sub to You Can Never Leave. And then we have the Druidess of Midian. All of your names have been inscribed on the Mirror of Vein. By having your names on the Mirror of Vein, it means you get access to our personal Snapchat. Not about Snapchat, you cheeky devils. Ooh, I need to pull that back.
The punters in chat deserve all the credit is being far too kind. Confound them.
Excuse me. The punters in chat deserve all the credit for 107% of our donation goal. 107%. God damn it, Alexandra. All right, Alexandra. It's done. God damn it. Friends, if you've got egos, could you please.
Hand it to
Oh
it.
God, here we go.
I didn't know my mom watched Bob Ross, because she called me a happy little accident.
Oh my God. You see, Zabadian, you lull me into a false sense of security with ones that are like those. I'm like, oh, that was quite good. Oh, I wouldn't say I'd laugh at it, but I enjoyed it a little bit, like a tiny, tiny little bit. And then you talk about dogs licking trees. All right? You lull me into a false sense of security, you shits. Thank you very much for the shout out for Hey Alexandra Griffin. People go check out Hey Alexandra Griffin. Wonderful, wonderful human being who I love very, very dearly. Plays very emotional games. Games with good storylines that make her cry. If you enjoy watching someone cry, then one of the prettiest criers around is Alexandra Griffin. In a not creepy way. In just an appreciative of the fact that she's a very beautiful woman that way. Okay? Can we just let's go. Never mind. Anyway, I have inscribed your names upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not of them, Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. You also get a discount on all the merchandise, and for Shade and Sunshine and Druidess of Midian. Thank you very much for taking that one step closer to the 60-40 split for March. The most important thing to all of you beautiful individuals, though, is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? You know? What? I log in here, you shits? Yeah. Whoever it was, I'm gonna find out who it was now. Whoever it was that bloody just smashed our bloody donation goal. God damn it. Who was it? I know who it was, but I won't call them out. But thank you, I say begrudgingly, because you thanked all of the punners. Thank you very much for that. I really, really appreciate it. Let me quickly look at the diary today.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
Why is Ross from Friends always in the fountain in the intro? Because he's a schwimmer.
Do you know what upsets me more than the joke, Zabadian, is the fact that I got it. The fact that I understood it. Because I don't like Friends. Like, I'll watch an episode of it, but I don't like it. It's not one that I would go to. All right, 16th of March. Let me put it in the announcement section. Edit this. Upcoming events. 60. Ooh, I've got a special thing for that. Discord timestamp generator. Long date with the short
Hand it to
time.
my ego. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
Went to the doctor with a suspicious looking mole. He said they all look that way and I should have left him in the garden.
Oh my fucking god. Cool. 16th of March, which is a Monday, 7 p.m. GMT. I will do the Bob Ross stream. I'll do the Bob Ross stream. This month is pretty chaotic, so that's pretty much the only time that I have available to do the Bob Ross stream. So that's where we're going to have to deal with it. That's where we're just going to have to deal with it, all right? But thank you so much again to that wonderful individual who thanked the punners, and to all of you beautiful human beings that have contributed towards this, massively, massively helping me out. I really, really, really fucking appreciate it. Thank you so much. That means the absolute fucking world to me, and I am once again incredibly fucking humbled to, I'm incredibly fucking humbled to have a community like this. So full of people that are so generous with their time and people that are generous with their money as well. I'm very, very humbled by it. Thank you so much, you little shits. I'm gonna finish it up like that because of course I am. Okay, god damn it. Arrays, how you doing? Nauseum, how you doing? How's it going? We're having a time today. We are indeed having a time today. People were doing the things and the stuff and the bits and pieces. You've been doing good, been having a nice, really nice sunny day, Droxper. Yeah, here in Scotland. Finally out the months of perpetual darkness. I know, it's honestly, like, redeeming of so much. Having the fucking sunshine back in here. I'm American, sometimes I wonder where my gun is and I just want to look like James Bond. Just want to look like James Bond. I could do that with a warp pistol. A warp pistol. Yeah, warp pistol. You know what I mean? You don't need a gun. Don't need a gun. I have a pun that my trans partner told me, but I don't think it will land outside the trans community. And to be fair, Nauseum, we have a very... Why am I saying this? I'm like, do we have a very trans-heavy community here? You're welcome to see if they get it and what have you, as long as it's not offensive, obviously. But then I'm also then encouraging you to do puns, which I don't think I should be doing. Do you know what I mean? Lunicorn, how you doing, you beautiful individual? I'm trying to catch up with chat a wee bit, friends. If I've missed people, hello, how you doing? How's it going? All you beautiful lurkers, I really appreciate you being here as well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm just trying to catch up with the shenanigans and chaos. Good lord. Shane Sunshine, how you doing, you beautiful bean? Two Knackers, how's it going? No, I do not have Mario paint. I don't know, but I've got a lot of eyeshadow, so we're gonna go with eyeshadow. I was looking, I have to say, I was doing a bit of preemptive research with the Bob Ross stream, and the way that we do Bob Ross streams, for those people that are not aware, is that I do all of it's on a canvas is my face. The canvas is my face. So I was like, oh, I'll just paint the canvas and painting my face. So I normally do it with like have a very base layer of makeup so that it's all matte and I can just put the stuff all over the top of it. And I found this really, really cool piece. And I was like, oh my God, this is going to be absolutely fucking amazing. This is really cool. It's got some mountains in it. It's got these beautiful things and what have you. And then I whipped down to the beginning of the video to give it a view and realize he starts with a pitch black canvas. And I was like, I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. I will not blackface for the sake of a fucking gimmick of painting Bob Ross shit all over my face. All right, that ain't happening. That ain't happening. Okay, I will do all of the Bob Ross canvases that start with a white canvas. Okay. Yeah, not doing that. Not a fucking no. No, definitely not. Not a chance. So if it starts with a white canvas, there is a good chance that I'll do it. All right. Anything else? Not a chance. Not a chance. Which is a shame because it was a very beautiful picture at the very, very end. Not a shame though, because I'm not a fucking chance. You know. How's it going, Alexander Griffin? How you doing, you beautiful bean? There's a Midian. Hello, you beautiful individual. Oh my lordy, all these beautiful people coming in here. The punters in chat are doing the heavy lifting. They are indeed. They're lifting my soul and throwing it out into the rocky chasm below. God damn it. I will also say that now we've completed this. Now we've completed the this part 6 of Debt Begone, which takes us a third into our into the overall total. Because the overall total is 3,500 and this is like 1,200 now. So we're a third of the way there, over a third of the way there now. So the next donation goal is going to be a bit of a break from this overall donation goal that I want to complete by the end of the year. And we're going to do the next £200, which again will get a reward stream for all of you that you all get to vote on. I'll put that up in the chat, in the Discord later. But the next one will be about repopulating the thingy. So the next £200 will all be buying fish for the aquarium. And then once the aquarium is populated with fish, I will be getting that back up and running. It'll be a 24/7 stream. You can see the little camera here. This weird little black thing in the shadows there. That is a camera for the aquarium. So the aquarium will be back up and running at the end of the next donation goal. So yeah, again, a massive thank you to all you beautiful people that have added it there. Jenna Miss Joy, how you doing, you beautiful individual? There are worse things. Bear with me 2 seconds, friends. Oh, fair enough. There are worse things dogs could be described as licking. This is very, very true. This is very, very true. One good rose every 100 craps. I know, right? I hope to win the Academy Award for Prettiest Crier some days. Honestly, Alexandra, I think you're in for a win. I think you're in for a good possibility there, if I'm completely honest with you. Oh, Alexandra, I know that you've been playing Cyberpunk recently. So the tabletop roleplay game that I played on Saturday. So me and my friends are like hardcore nerds. And when I say hardcore nerds, I don't mean the word super obsessed with stuff. Eris Ptolemy. I don't say that we're super obsessed with like bits and pieces.
40 whole months in the cult of Vane. The corruption has definitely settled in nicely.
Definitely has.
Much like my love of Egypt though, it may be a smidge in denial.
I can't deal with this. I can't deal with this. It's been 40 minutes. 40 minutes of non-stop puns and dad jokes. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Eris Ptolemy, I should now inscribe your name on the tier 3 mirror of Vane. By having your name on the tier 3 mirror of Vane, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat. That's for tier 4. Look at the... Oh, that's the wrong side. Look at the shinies. Shinies. But the most important thing... Oh, yeah, that's tier 4 subscribers. You also get access to all the sexy little emotes, including the tier 2 Pokemon emotes with my face on them, and the tier 3 cursed emotes. Cursed, I tell you. So sparkly. Exactly. Very, very sparkly. And by being a tier 3 subscriber... Be a tier 3 subscriber. Hold on. You did... What? Is it entered month 2 now? Because you did tier 3 for 6 months in advance before, and now it's saying the tier 3 6 months in advance again? What is going on, Eris? Have you messed with the system in order to get more dad jokes in here? Yeah, by being a tier 3 subscriber, you take us 6 points closer to the 60-40 split. So thank you so much for that. I really, really appreciate that. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in your tiny little tier 3 mirror and go, God, I wish they'd bring around cloning. So when someone says, go fuck yourself, I literally can. Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know, Twitch be twitching apparently. I like it. There's lots of glitter in there. I like it. Glitter inside where it's not infecting the rest of me. Samisitis, how you doing, you beautiful individual? How's it going? I log in, I hear your shits. I mean, it tracks. It tracks. Let's not lie. This is this community, you know what I mean? That's how you know it's a Valen stream. It's very true. Very, very true. Couldn't have been punnier with that message. Nope. Couldn't have been a punner. Definitely not a punner, Milky Pork. Definitely not a punner. And you basically confessed it was you. God damn it. 10 out of 10. 7 out of 10 because they're on a break. Right after the Ides. My lordy. March 2nd, 2026. Valen encourages the pun. Don't you even. Don't you even, Trags. Not a chance in heckin' hells. I think I might have caught you doing it before. Me? What, encouraging puns? Tunaggers? Oh, as in painting my entire face black? No. Oh, yeah, nah, exactly. Boundaries are beautiful, and here is one reason why they are. Yes, absolutely. 110%. 110%. Can one of the options for the reward stream be My Voice Zoom? A My Voice Zoo stream? I feel that would be amusing, as mentioned before. Let me have a look at how much it is, and I'll tell you. Let me look at how much it is, and I'll tell you. I'm being very, very careful with money at the moment, friends. Most of the money that I have spare is going on that debt, because I just want to pay it all off as quickly as humanly possible. My Voice Zoo. 299, 249. Yeah, I can definitely do that. That can definitely be an option. Add to my wish list. I can definitely do that. We could do a My Voice Zoo stream for sure. For sure. Well, I'll add it as an option, and then you people can decide if you'd like it. Do you know what I mean? Twitch, apparently, exactly. Lurk away, Zuby. You do what you need to do, you cheeky devil. You come full circle, I know, right? If I had the super is dapper as fuck today, I already know. I do already know. It's very true, I do already know. But I appreciate you saying it nonetheless. I'm feeling very dapper today. Today was one of those days that I just was needing to wear a suit. I started with just the burgundy trews and the black shirt. And I was like, this is good. I can work with this. This is all fine and dandy. And then I was like, no, I need more. I need more than the burgundy. So I put on the waistcoat and I was like, yeah, this is pretty good. This is all right. And then it got cold and I was like, oh, I could wear the whole suit now. The whole suit? The whole suit. Yeah, we'll do that. That sounds good. We'll work with this. We'll work with this. Do you know what I mean? Remember the Batman symbol looking like boobs with mittens? Reaching out for the boobs until we meet again. Until we meet again. Thank you. Thank you. Remember? Hold on. I've got to do it in the Skeletor voice, don't I? Remember, the Batman symbol looks like boobs with mittens reaching out for the boobs. Until we meet again. It's the only way to do that. It's the only way to do it. Thank you very much, Tunackers. I appreciate that. That's fair. Today was a day needing to wear a flowy skirt. Exactly. Exactly. You've got to have that, right? Then he'll take the trousers off. Exactly. And I'll be walking around like the most dapper Winnie the Pooh you've ever seen. No trousers, no underwear, no socks, no shoes, just top half suit, bottom half bollock naked. All right? Now you go look at the Batman symbol and go, oh yeah, I see it now. Oh, I absolutely see it now. I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, for sure. But yeah, as I was saying, me and my friends are hardcore nerds, as many of you are fully well aware. We decided to get an Airbnb just to go and do some roleplay games. And honestly, it was fucking excellent. It was really, really good fun. But on top of that, on top of the thingy, like on Saturday, I went to a cabaret on Friday night, which I wasn't originally going to, but a friend of mine is the videographer. And they were like, I've got a spare ticket if you want to come. I was like, fucking yeah, I would love to come. So I drove us down and went to this cabaret, which was tiny. It was a tiny venue. Very, very good, though. The talent was absolutely bloody amazing. There was a fantastic host. The host was very 1920s, 1930s coded, but with shitloads of glitter and delightfully drag makeup. They were called Harley Rose was their name. And they were fantastic. They were absolutely amazing. To the point where I was immediately like, I can think of an event that I want you to host at. So there's a fair chance that I'm going to run another event at some stage next year. And I'm going to be like, you, come be my host. Come be my host. I'm not even going to host it. I'm going to let you host it. And I'm just going to sit there and enjoy it. Do you know what I mean? For once in my life. Definitely won't happen. But it might happen. It might happen, right? The Stone Cold Donald Duck in it, you know it, Poplet. Exactly like that. It's the only way I know how to do it. The only way I know how to do it. So, yeah, but that was Friday night. And then woke up on Saturday and went and picked up my friend from his house with all of his gear. Then went to my other friend's house and we played a Cyberpunk roleplay game. So this is the same Cyberpunk roleplay game that my friend has homebrewed. So taken the D&D 5th ed rules and adapted them all to be cyberpunk, like suitable for cyberpunk, has written his own rule book, has written his own, like drawn up his own maps, made all his own code, and done a whole load of fucking shit. And it's really, 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 really fucking cool. But yeah, we were working off that system, which was honestly excellent. We're basically playtesting him because we're finding out all of the little bugs and loopholes that are in the system, and we found a couple, but none of it that's like taken away from the game by any stretch of the imagination. But we started. I picked him up at 1:30, got to my other friends at 2, and we finished at 2:30 in the morning. We played Cyberpunk non-stop for like 12.5 hours, pretty much. We stopped very briefly to get takeaway in, and then as soon as the takeaway was there and we all had it in front of us, we started playing again. So I think we would say 12 hours. Say a 12-hour
hand it to my ego. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
Hello chat. Hello Valley.
Hi.
I decided to open a new store. I will be exclusively selling cans of soda. I'm going to call it the Popular Canary. I'll tweet about it. See myself out. Thank you for your time.
God damn it, Dahata. I thought the dad jokes were over. I thought they were done. But no. But no. Thank you very much for 100 little panderings. I appreciate that. God damn it. I've just realized. Chags, are you still here? Because you redeemed something like a quarter of an hour ago. And I haven't. You are here. Fantastic, Chags. Let me have a look, see. What is going on here? Fuck it, we'll go from the top. Okay. Where's my thing? Whimsical facts about sex. Feel like I might be preaching to the perverted with this one, but at the same time, did you know that sex affects your mental health and your well-being? It's true. It's true. Sex in itself is more than physical. It's also emotional, psychological, and in some cases even spiritual. Your cultural and personal experiences influence your attitudes towards sex. Both the positive in pleasure and the negative in trauma consequences have a direct effect on your mental health and your overall well-being. It also, I'm going to add on to this, it also can provide a certain level of closeness and a certain level of trust between people. It gives you that same sort of buzz of feeling comforted and safe, feeling exposed and you're most vulnerable, and at the same time so unbelievably protected and safe and wonderful with another consenting adult of your own variety. That isn't to detract from the fact that asexuality absolutely exists. And it is not something that needs cured. Some people are able to get that same level of belonging, safety, intimacy, and closeness without having the need for the physical rumpy-pumpy bumping of the uglies, getting one's genitalia up in another person's business. You know? There you go. Psychological, what was it?
Yeah, you subscribe.
Psychological, physical, emotional, and spiritual. Euro Papa! Where is the, where's the TTS, excuse me? Oh, you came in with the Prime, Euro Papa, you beautiful bean. Came in with the Prime. Did you know that the carrots make great detectives? They can always get down to the root of the problem. Oh my god. Oh, thank you, Euro Papa, for your Prime, you shit. Euro Papa, by having your name on the mirror veining means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is, well, you know, after 16 months, bloody Nora, you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? Well, goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy, oh, yes, me. Yeah, you know? Thank you very much for using your Prime here. You could use it anywhere on the entire platform. You choose to use it here, so I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Very kind of you indeed. How's it going, J2? How you doing, you beautiful individual? Valen 316 that's the bottom line. What? 316. No, that was the numbers after Bits's name. That was where I got confused. Nice suit, by the way, is utterly divine. My favorite color. Yeah, I really wanted a burgundy suit, so I was just like, right, this is it. This is where I'm at. This is what's going on here. This is where I'm at. Throwing it in here. One true cripple. How you doing, you beautiful individual? They'll never end. I know it feels that way. Feels that way. I was just in a mood for a suit today, and it turns out that we're actually gonna be talking business stuff. So maybe it was like a subconscious thing. Maybe it was a subconscious thing to lure us into a false sense of security before we start talking about ads and stuff, you know? Want my belated birthday smaller because you weren't live on Friday. I was not live on Friday. So here. Oh, wait. Look at you, cheeky devil. Look at you. Coming over here. Getting all close and personal because it was your birthday on Friday. But you've delayed. You've built the anticipation. Good Lord. Good Lord, what are you like? Getting all close and personal, getting all up in my business. Scandalous, preposterous, outrageous. Yes, it is. Did you have a good birthday? Was it wonderful? Was it celebration? What did you do? What did you get up to? What were you up to? Tell me all about it. Tell me all the bits and pieces. Good Lord. Also, while I'm here and we're taking a moment, I'll also say, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Eliziano. Happy birthday to all of happy birthday. Happy birthday, Elizana, for Friday. I hope you had a wonderful, wonderful time. Hope you had a wonderful, wonderful time, cheeky devil. I hope you were spoiled rotten by your loved ones. There you go, you know. I need to remember that one for a specific person. Oh my god. No worries, you take it easy, one to cribble. I going to land a stone cold flat with that. It did. Is it a reference to like wrestling with the Stone Cold Steve Austin? I don't know anything about wrestling. It's lost on me, I'm afraid. Absolutely bloody lost on me. Lost on me. The breath control gotta be done. I would like to lodge a formal complaint. You've ruined the Batman logo for me. I'm okay. Like, you can complain, you just can't complain to me, Tabby. All right. You gotta complain to Tune Hackers. Formal complaint to Tune Hackers is fully acceptable because Tune Hackers starts every single day in the Discord with some description of dad joke. I'm with you on the formal complaint. I'm not gonna lie to you. I will back your formal complaint. I will give you advantage on your formal complaint roll. Okay? I will absolutely help you with that. Because good Lord. Stone Cold from WWE. Ah, okay. And what has that got to do with 316? What's that? What? Stone Cold caused Austin 316. What? 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 Nice to know I'm loved. Confounded, Junagas. I appreciate you, just not the dad jokes, you know? Got an extremely long one this time? You did. I had extra lung capacity, apparently. Don't know why, but apparently I did. You know? It's a weird thing. It's a reference to a Bible verse. Oh. Okay. So, Stone Cold Steve Austin, who I only know because Stone Cold Steve Austin was a wrestler when I was like 13, 14, and all of my friends were into wrestling, and I was like, I really like the outfits. I like wrestling because of how cool their outfits were. I definitely bought a wrestling game. I bought a wrestling game for the PlayStation 1 back in the day, and literally the only thing I did on it was design the outfits. Change the appearance of the characters. Never actually played the game. So that's the only reason I know Stone Cold Steve Austin. I know The Rock. I know Kane and The Undertaker. I know The Hardy Boys. There was a dude called, was it Mad Dog or something like that? Something along those lines. No idea. That is the extent. Road Dog? Maybe. He had like a very patchy mask over his face. And did some pretty wild things. I'm pretty sure he lost half of his teeth because of wrestling. Macho Man Randy Savage. I am aware of Macho Man Randy Savage, but not because of wrestling. Entirely because of the memes. The memes. I know Andre the Giant, but I'm again not because of wrestling. Primarily because of Princess Bride. So one of his breakout moments, he beat Jake the Snake Roberts, who always quoted scripture. Austin 3:16 said, "I just whooped your ass." It caught on, and Austin 3:16 became a thing for him throughout his career. Right. Okay. I'm sure that means a lot to people who give a shit about like wrestling, because it doesn't mean anything to me. I am lost. I got no fucking idea. I'm like, okay, all right, yeah, what? But fuck it, if you like it, friends, good on you. Good for you. I'm glad that you have something that you enjoy. Completely lost on me, I'm afraid. Can you be my wrestling manager? No. No. I'd be terrible. I'd be a terrible manager generally, but I'd be an even worse wrestling manager, because I'd be like, yeah, there. Go who do the thing. The picks up the chair. Use the chair. Not for hitting people, for sitting on. For sitting down on, you've got a bad back. Just use the chair to sit down. Just do that. Stop being. Why are you running around why are you climbing this cage? What is going on here? Why are you people like this? They've brought down a giant fuck off cage. Are they canaries? Are we cosplaying them as canaries? Can we dress them as canaries? Let's dress the wrestlers as canaries. Wrestler canaries, not literal canaries, because that would be animal abuse, but like human beings dressed as canaries pretending to wrestle each other in a giant cage. Let's go. Yeah. The worst. That would be the fucking worst. The only one I could name is Hulk Hogan. Yeah, and what a tosspot he turned out to be. I say turned out to be. He was pretty much a tosspot his entire life. But anyway. Mankind. Yeah, that was the one, J2. He lost, like, got, like, permanent brain damage or something like that from one of his stunts. And the only reason I know that is because everyone was talking about it in the playground at school. Remember reading it, there was connection to a Bibleverse. Didn't know the exact connection. There we go. It's the memes for me as well. Yeah, absolutely. Gold Dust and Vader. No, lost on me. Way over my head. Way over my head there. I'm so confused. In terms of acting career, it's a choice. Okay, I'm gonna make a really interesting comparison here, friends. I'm gonna make a really interesting comparison here. I feel like there is probably a certain level of similarity. A certain level of similarity between professional wrestlers, and this is where I'm going. Like, this statement is now going to either get me burned at the stake or praised as a hero. Okay, but like professional wrestlers of like the 80s and 90s, and certain people who chose to go into the professional industry of sex work on film in the 80s and 90s, which was really, really wanted to make it as an actor, a performer of some description, couldn't really make ends meet because of it, had a look at what they could do that was acting adjacent, and went, yeah, do you know what, this'll do as a while until I get the acting back up and running. I know an awful lot of sex workers who started out as actors who then decided to go into adult acting as opposed to like anything else. So I think there'll be an overlap there. You know. That's not one of the dad jokes. Like, not a chance. Not a chance. I'd rather be lost than cringing, Astra. Do you know what I mean? Everyone knows the Hardy Boys, so don't feel bad. Yeah, I know the Hardy Boys because I remember liking their hair and their leggings. That's what they are. Spandex leggings. Bad manager, great hype man. There you go. Perfect. Fighting spiders. No, the spider. I mean, people get spiders to fight all the time. There's food in it. You'd be a great costume designer. Teach them how to take care of their costumes. I would, but they'd never be able to do it. They'd never be able to do it.
I trained for 8 months for a cockfight only to get disqualified because when I got in the ring they asked me where my chicken was.
God damn it, Popewit. God damn it. Thank you very much, 100 little panda rings. God damn it. Oh, Jesus. Think mankind is now a mall Santa? I can imagine that. I can picture that. Him just being like, right, I have received enough damage to my body, my teeth, and my brain that I need to stop doing wrestling. I will go be a mall Santa. Probably, I hope that he made enough money off it so he can just do the things he loves doing now. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Mankind Mick Foley, as he went on to play 4 people all at the same time within WWE. What an addict to the bit part then, I suppose. Mankind, yeah. It's a macho soap opera. It is a macho soap opera. That is very, very true. It's lots of very aggressively well-oiled men wearing very little clothing, rubbing themselves on each other in a really macho way. And a lot of the people that I met in school, in my old school, that really got into wrestling, were also quite homophobic. Friends, I have a question for you people that have followed wrestling. Is wrestling a gateway drug to closeted homosexuality? This is the question I have this is the question I have for you. Oh God. This is where I get tied to a post and set on fire by some very enthusiastic wrestling fans. That's called UFC. No, because they're actually fighting. They're actually fighting. Do you know what I mean? There's actual violence going on there. We're talking like wrestling. Wrestling is all pretend. I'm not saying that they don't go through it. All right? Because they definitely do. I've got a couple of friends that are wrestlers themselves, and their bodies go through unreasonable amounts of punishment. They have to have such a fucking high pain threshold, and I respect that aspect of it, but it's still all pretend. Still all make-believe, you know? Two are not all the both, not two are not mutually exclusive. This is very true. This is very, very true, Shane Sunshine. Absolutely, for sure. I'm gonna say it's kind of accurate for now too, based on the actresses that I've worked with. There are a decent connection between wanting to be on the stage screen and going into the adult route. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely, for sure. Hardy Boys pants are stupidly fucking expensive, like $100 a pair. From what I saw on the official site, that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me at all. The moment that it's got like a famous brand attached to it, you can crank up the price to fucking anything. Mankind, aka Mick Foley, is retired and likely very well off. Pops up every so often, utterly insane individual, missing teeth, part of one ear as well, and very, very likely to have brain damage. Jesus Christ, I hope he's okay. I remember being entertained by his matches when I actually chose to watch one. But I remember being like, ooh, that looks like it smarted a bit, you know? Oh, light bulb. I know, right? I think I said it, but suit is so nice, by the way. Also my favorite color. Yes, you did say it. You did say it, J2. And I appreciate that because I'm a big fan of this suit as well. Sometimes the call is coming from inside the house already, and sometimes the wrestler won't even notice the phone ringing. This is true. This is true. Ask the Roman gladiators. Alisan, 100%. 100%. Say it's a symptom rather than a cause. That's fair. A fair assessment. Lux, how you doing? You beautiful me. Thank you very much for coming back out. Look. Not all the time, but some of the time.
You subscribed.
Yes.
Most kind.
Painted Lady coming in for the 47 months.
47 months with you beautiful beans. Valenv clap, Valenv clap, Valenv clap, Valenv clap, Valenv clap.
Oh, you beautiful individual. Thank you so much for that painted lady. I appreciate that. I shall now inscribe your name on the mirror vein. By having your name on the mirror vein means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. And of course, you get a discount on all the merchandise. And I've got to say thank you for being a paid subscriber. Takes us out one step closer to the 60-40 split for March. But the most important thing, as well you know, is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow. You know? You know? You beautiful individual you. Thank you very much for that. I mean, means a lot, means a lot. You do have a valid point, though. Look, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Do you know what it comes down to? It's the realization, friends. It is the realization that when you see, like, men looking fit, when you see like specifically cisgender men, when they're there and they've built up all the muscles and they're like very, very muscular and they have a very specific aesthetic about them, very specifically fit, muscular, lean, chiseled jaw, well-defined looks, that kind of thing. Generally speaking, the manly men, the perfect man, like the Superman build. Do you know what I mean? The Superman build, where you're like a triangle and then chicken legs and then chiseled jaw. Manly men. That aesthetic is more appealing to men than it is to any other genders. So when I'm like sat there thinking about like wrestling, which I am not into, and I'm thinking about all of these manly men and their oiled up bodies, wearing very little clothing and in a very stereotypical man look, I'm like so this is to appeal to the male gaze, the gays, and also the gays, and they're throwing themselves all over each other, and they I'm just saying. I'm just saying. We all know the wrestlers are the modern gladiators. Yeah, because it's definitely more for sport than anything else. Also, Rebel Inc. Hello, you beautiful being. And Jess Playing. Darling moderators, if I have one of you delightful individuals available, could I get a shout out for the Rebel Inc. and for Jess Playing as well, please? Because these beautiful individuals deserve all of the love and attention. I would really, really appreciate that. Hear what you're saying and not saying. Exactly. I'm just a little aware of it. Do you know what I mean? I'm just aware of it. I'm aware of the fact that when it comes to, like, when we take the heteronormative dynamic, people go check out Jess Playing. Beautiful individual, fucking hilarious human being. We rated them t'other week. And they play a large variety of very peculiar and very outrageous games. And also check out the Rebel Inc. A phenomenal atmosphere in their community. Absolute chaos and shenanigans happens there all the bloody time, but they're so welcoming and so unbelievably wholesome and beautiful, without taking any shit. And we love that. We love that about them. Very strong boundaries. Love their shit. Both beautiful human beings who deserve to go and follow. Absolutely. Absolutely. What was I saying? Yeah, so when you realize the difference is like if we're talking the heteronormative dynamic, what a man and a woman look like in regards to aesthetic appeal is very, very different depending on the binary genders, the heteronormative dynamic genders that you are looking at. So a muscular man appeals to, the muscular man physique appeals more to men, cis men, than it does to cis women. Cis women, generally speaking, tend to like a bit more of the dad bod kind of thing. A little bit of weight on them. They're very into wrists and collarbones. Just, you know, the wrists and the collarbones and the hands, good hands. They like the good hands. And elbows. There you go. You see. I've heard that a veiny forearm is very appealing. You know, so I find it very, very interesting when I see stuff like wrestling, and I'm like, There's an awful lot of, generally speaking, there is certainly in my experience, there seems to be a bit of an overlap between the audience, not necessarily the wrestlers themselves. The wrestlers seem to be pretty well-rounded people, but the audience of wrestling, where there's a certain level of homophobia in there, and yet they love the well-oiled, well-muscled man rubbing himself against other well-oiled, in tiny little panties. Oh yeah, you know. I'm just throwing it out there like a condom in an orgy. Do you know what I mean? I'm just throwing it out there.
Panda to it. Panda to it.
So yesterday I had an interesting encounter. Was at a local British store here in Virginia and saw this young lady with a very lovely fanny pack.
Oh, good lord.
Told her that she got a lovely looking fanny. That being said, one thing led to another. She slapped me and said, "How dare you talk about my fanny?" Told her I was talking about her fanny pack and asked, "What were you thinking I was talking about?"
Do you know what, Europapa? That makes it's massively different when you are in the United Kingdom for that. Because in America, a fanny is a behind. In the UK, a fanny is the front bum. The front bum. Fanny in America, back bum. Fanny in the UK, front bum. So that joke hits very different. Very, very different in the United Kingdom. Yeah, so what you call a fanny pack in America, we call it a bum bag. Because it's a bag that you put on your bum. Little bum bag. Fanny pack, bum bag. So if anybody ever, if a British person ever comes over and says, "Hey, you got a real nice fanny," question lots of things, all right? Question lots of things, okay? Is there anywhere where fanny is the middle bum? The middle bum. I mean, if you have a bum on your gooch, questions must be asked, all right? I'd potentially speak to a medical professional, okay? I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's unexpected, okay? Izzy the Penguin, how you doing, you beautiful individual? The results may be predetermined, but the risks are definitely... Oh, Izzy, absolutely. I'm not by any stretch of imagination taking anything away from the fact that wrestlers work real fucking hard. They train really fucking hard. They rehearse really fucking hard. It is a fantastic piece of theater in regards to the risks taken and stuff like that. Not my cup of tea, but I'm not going to deny the reality of the risks that they take, for sure. It's like stage combat. There's definitely risks there, for sure. That's a slippery slope of a question. Does rugby league do the same? But I don't think so. I think the people who are homosexual may well gravitate towards male sports for aesthetics. No, I wouldn't say so, Midgard. And the reason why I wouldn't say so is because when it comes to football, rugby, Gaelic football, all of that kind of thing, I would say that those people happen to be muscular because of the sport. Whereas when it like UFC, for example, UFC is a really good comparison here. Those people are muscular because of the sport. The sport itself requires somebody to be well trained, well honed, well dense and what have you. Dense of muscle. Whereas, and they also not wearing outfits that are particularly provocative. Whereas when you see a wrestler with a well-tanned, well-shaved, muscular body, wearing a tiny pair of very brightly coloured underwear and knee pads, there's definitely a certain amount there that is specifically for the aesthetics. Specifically for the aesthetics. Do you know what I mean? Being a professional wrestler is just like going into professional football. You accept, informed or not, that you will come out with significant brain and body damage. Professional American football, yeah. That will change you for the rest of your life. I would say so. I would say so. Informed or not, yeah, I think there's a certain level of that for sure. You look gorgeous today. Thank you very much, Painted Lady. Today was a day that I just felt like wearing a suit. And also, we're going to be talking about business stuff. I didn't do that on purpose, but we are going to be talking about business stuff very shortly. I'm going to be talking about ads because we did an experiment we did an experiment with pre-roll ads versus mid-roll ads, and we're going to be talking about through the details of that very, very shortly. Very, very shortly. As someone who was engaged to a wrestling fan some 26 years ago, I really wouldn't be surprised. That guy was OTT toxic masculine, all about the bravado of wrestling. Imagined himself as the next big wrestling star, yet never went for any training, etc. Was all talk and no trousers. And when it came to physical stuff with / against other men, oh my god. Of course. Manly men. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. How's it going, Jazz Playing? How you doing, you beautiful individual? How was life treating you, cheeky devil? I was just telling someone that people think women want a Giga Chad, but Peter Pan is more appealing sometimes. I can only speak as an NB person personally. I think a lot of the time people don't, like when it comes to aesthetics, and we're talking general speaking here, when it comes to aesthetics, visual stimulation is more important to cisgender men. Like visual pornography, visual wrestling, visual sports, the visual dynamics are very, like, cis men tend to gravitate towards more visual stimulation. When it comes to the binaries, and I'm not, I don't know enough research around like non-binary people, trans masc and trans femme people in regards to these specific dynamics. But when it comes to a more cis women dynamic, they're more interested, usually, again, this is generalizations, usually more interested in usually more interested in connection and sound and feeling. And I don't necessarily mean, oh my god, I need to be in love, as in I need to know that I'm going to be comforted by you, that I'm going to be safe by you, that I'm going to feel good by you, that you're actually going to, like, you're going to pay attention to my needs as well as your own. Those tend to be more of an appeal, which is the reason why when you're talking about like sex work, which naturally is the thing that I am more informed with than any other subject, visual pornography, like OnlyFans, Fansly, Pornhub, fucking hentai, all of that jazz, you will predominantly have male audiences. When it comes to audio pornography, audio erotica, and smut, when it comes to the written smut and listening to smut, you will predominantly have a female audience. So when you've got, what were the ones that we fucking looked at before? Femtasy and Quinn, and there was another one, but I can't remember what it was. There was another one, but yeah. When you're looking at those dynamics, the predominant audience of audio smut and also written smut, literotica, and also written smut, those people tend to be have a more female gravitated audience. Obviously, there are exceptions to the rules, but when you're talking general statistics and what have you, generalizations of the binary genders, cisgender male, cisgender female, those tend to be the dynamics of them. So I find this shit fascinating, as you can probably see. I get very carried away with it. Jess plays a large variety of kazoos. Jess does play a large variety of kazoos. This is very, very true. We're focused on perceiving the male gaze in a patriarchy. Yes, that's very true. Very, very true. Absolutely. Elbows. Elbows is a new one, I have to say, Rebel Inc. Elbows is a new one. I knew about the forearms, I knew about the hands, I knew about the collarbones, but I didn't know about the elbows. So today I learned. Today I learned. Knees and toes, knees and toes. Hands, forearms, knees and toes, knees and toes. Hands, forearms, knees and toes with collarbones and audio smut. Hands. Hands, forearms, knees and toes, knees and toes. Absolutely. Remembering the lyrics for a second there. How's it going, Alexander Davenport? Can I get a shout out for Alexander Davenport, please? I really appreciate that. Veiny forearm. Yeah. So having a particularly veiny forearm. Particularly veiny. That is apparently very much a thing for some individuals, predominantly cisgender women. And in Germany, people go check out Alexander Davenport. Alexander Davenport, author and artist extraordinaire, has recently released a book on the joys of, well, I say the joys, the complete insignificance of pronouns when you just respect them. And it's very, very good. It's very, very good. But you should go check that out. Go check them out. Beautiful, beautiful human being. Alexander was wonderful. Thank you very much, Alexander. I try my best to look delightful and what have you. But today I just woke up and was like, right, today is a suit day. I want to wear a suit. This is what I'm wearing today. End of story. How's it going, Fireball? How you doing? And in Germany, it's a female first name. Which female first name is it, Fireball? If you'd like to share that, I'd appreciate that. A fanny pack was covering her fanny. Exactly. I mean, sometimes if you whip around the front in the UK, you know. In Spanish, we name it for the kidneys, thus avoiding the bum altogether. What, a fanny in Spanish is the kidneys? Interesting, interesting. Bizarrely, here we call it a moon bag. A fanny pack is called a moon bag over there, Razar. That's the first I've ever heard of that. Do rugby players run around wearing nothing but boots and Speedos and oil? If not, then it doesn't apply. Agreed. Basically, yeah. Basically, yeah. Experiment can't wait to hear. Yeah, so basically, over the past 4 weeks, Rebel Inc., over the entirety of February, I ran pre-rolls instead of mid-rolls, which we'll talk about in like 4 minutes time. I ran pre-rolls instead of mid-rolls, and then I've taken data from my February in regards to like earnings from advertisements, which I'm going to be very open and honest. You are all going to find out how much I earned from advertisements for the 4 weeks of February, how much I earned from advertisements for 4 weeks of the January period, because obviously January was a little bit longer than 4 weeks. And we're going to be talking about 4 weeks of the December period, which obviously is prime earning time in regards to ad revenue, so that we've got some context, we've got some understanding. I'm not going to be talking about the entirety of my earnings. I will tell you ballpark information about how the ads have affected the different months in regards to paid subscribers versus bits versus gifted subs, so that we have some understanding and some context around it all. But I know that we have a very streamer heavy community. There's a lot of people in this community who stream themselves, and therefore I do these experiments so that you don't have to. So that you don't have to. So you can get information without having to risk it yourself. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, should be good. Should be good. Should be interesting. And then after I've given you all the information from my part, I need information from you beautiful viewers that have watched my streams over the last month, over February, to tell me what your experience was like, whether it was worth it, whether it wasn't worth it, that kind of thing, you know? But we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Sexy to feel safe and loved for sure. Exactly. Exactly. Safe and loved, and also secure in the fact that the person that you're with actually gives a shit about your enjoyment too. That is something that always surprised me with the lovers that I have had in the past. Well, every lover that I have had has been, apart from 2, because they were like one night stand things and therefore never shared that information. But every lover that I have had in the past has told me that they're always surprised at how enthusiastic I am about their pleasure before my own. I will happily take wearing somebody as a feed bag instead of getting my dick wet any day of the week. Any day of the week. If it comes to performing oral or having sex, I will absolutely take the former. For sure. For sure. As a Panda MBA, I am a wild card. Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. Nothing wrong with that at all. Obviously, the information that I have comes from like studies based, like the majority of like sex education studies have been done on cisgender men, cisgender women. There is more information coming out about non-binary individuals, more information coming out about trans men and trans women out there, but the majority of the information is predominantly based on men and women, cis men, cis women in a heteronormative dynamic. You know. In terms of learning about the intersection of sex and culture, yes. Yeah. You got your is it live, Alexander? The very naughty sausage is now live. Oh my god, that's amazing. Mr. Weeble and Alexander Davenport have done a collaboration. Mr. Weeble, for those people that are not aware, is the individual who came up with the dynamic of badges, mushroom, and a variety of others. But it looks like Mr. Weeble and Alexander, I didn't realize it was already live. I thought you were working on it. I thought you were working on it, Alexander. But that's very, very cool. Thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate that. Talking about Fanny. Yeah, we are. Oh, Fanny is, yeah, Fanny is a name. I mean, Fanny was a name, a very popular name, a nickname given to people called Francis or Francesca in the Middle Ages of the United Kingdom. It is well known. The thing, I believe, if I remember correctly, though I might be misremembering it because it was a long time ago I checked it out. But I seem to remember that the reason why Fanny became known as a nickname for a vulva was because there was a particularly prominent sex worker who was called Fanny, and as a result people started associating that with her, and then it became known by proxy, you know. There's an awful lot of like villages and streets in the United Kingdom that are dedicated to sex work or find their origins in sex work, you know. News putting our house offer and just got accepted. That's amazing news, Milky Pork. Genuinely fucking fantastic. Congratulations, you beautiful being. Do you know when you get to move in? Do you know have you got like a potential, like a penciled in date of moving? In terms of what I like as a cis woman, give me an age appreciate guy with a personality and similar looks of Richard E. Grant, and I'd be very happy if I ever enter into another relationship with a man. Highly unlikely. He needs to be in touch with his femme side, not to be petrified of a woman with a high libido. So many claim that they want to have a hot woman, then get emasculated and pouted about it. Yes. Yeah. There seems to be a weird dynamic where there is a stereotype out there where it is believed that cisgender men are always going to be pestering other gendered people for sex. Because we have got such a high sex drive, and we are constantly in the mood. We're always wanting sex. We talk about how much sex we want. We want sex all the time. Oh my God, so much sex is wanted. Oh my God. Oh, what's that? Yeah, I've ejaculated and now I'm sleepy. Because my body's being filled with all of those hormones that make me sleepy now because I did the pump and I'm slippy. I did that stuff and snoozer tabs. You're still horny? Well, I can't. I've got a headache. Jesus Christ. There is nothing wrong with having a high sex drive, people, regardless of your gender. There is absolutely nothing wrong with having a high sex drive. There is also nothing wrong with not having much of a sex drive, with not having that intimate thingy. We've all got different versions of love language. We've got different dynamics of what make us feel wanted, what make us feel special, what make us feel able to share that information with other people. You know, quality time doesn't necessarily mean physical time, and physical time doesn't necessarily mean quality time. There are a whole variety of different ways to show your dedication and love that don't revolve around sex. That being said, sex is a fantastic way to show love and affection and appreciation and connection with another individual. There's nothing wrong with any of these things. What there is something desperately wrong with making somebody else feel bad about their lack of your love language, or the intensity of their love language. You know? You should never make somebody feel bad because they're not having as much sex as you want. But you should also not make people feel bad because they're too sexually driven. On the other side of things, I will also say there is an exception to that rule. There is an exception to that rule. And the exception is, if that person boasts about having a ridiculously high sex drive and wanting sex all of the time and then can't keep pace, and complains that your sex drive is even fucking higher, even though they've spent fucking a year or two boasting about how fucking phenomenal their sex drive is and how they'd shag all night if they could, then yeah, you have every right to take the piss out of them. You have every right to take the piss out of them, all right? For sure. For sure. My bias is very much into muscle mummies right now, though. If Carlac from BG3 walked over right now, I'd turn into a puddle. Entirely fair. Entirely fair. On board it, for sure. You're a giver? Absolutely. Giving pleasure is so hot, I get it. Even in non-sexual ways? Yeah, exactly. Well, that's where you've got, like, the dynamics of, like, gift giving and quality time spending and all that jazz, for sure. Always look after your sexual partner. There's a second person involved after all, sometimes more. Exactly. 10-year lions and tigers, exactly that one. Astra for sure. Weeble and Bob, yeah. When come back being pie, Wanka. I don't know that one. That's a reference lost on me, I'm afraid, but I do know a few Weeble and Bobs for sure. My mom used to nickname me Fanny Adams when I was a kid. Found out last year that Fanny Adams was a real girl who was kidnapped and murdered in Victorian times, apparently. Yeah. Fanny Adams also, yeah. But like I said, Fanny was a name. It wasn't an association of any part of the person's lower regions. It was originally the name of a person, usually an abbreviation of like Francesca or something like that. There was a little ticking. And I think one of my candles has burnt through and it was dripping. So I was just dealing with it. Thank you for your waiting, sir. Jason Andrew, how you doing? How's it going? Love the red suit. Thank you very much. It's been a while since I've worn the good old maroon, the burgundy suit. But I am a fan of it for sure. For sure. If anyone reads the Love Languages book, please read the last paragraph that explains why it is good to understand all types of love language, giving versus receiving, and to communicate all of that. Yeah, also understand that the person who came up with the theory of love languages is not a nice person. Is not a nice person. That doesn't detract from the fact that studying these things can help you understand yourself. It can help you understand your significant other and or others. It can help you understand other people in your friendship groups and families and what have you. Because physical love language isn't just sex. It's holding hands and hugs and hanging out together. Hanging out together is a different type of love, like that's quality time. But the point is that these people can, like, each of these things can help you understand these things. It doesn't necessarily, just because the origin of something is preposterous doesn't mean that you have to dismiss all of the good that it can do in helping understand things, you know? I'm usually the opposite. Pleasure my partners until they are tired and ready for a nap. Apparently, lots of orgasms in a short time can be exhausting. Yeah, absolutely. The issue I have seen is that I don't always reach climax. Well, I'm fine with not getting there every time. I have had a lot of partners that get upset when I don't. Yep. I like the act, love giving pleasure, and will be glad to snuggle when we fall asleep, whether I achieve satisfaction or not. Abso-fucking-lutely. 110%. 110%. I've definitely been there. Definitely been there many times before, where it's just like, cool, today is not one of those days where I am going to jizz everywhere like a Gaviscon advert. It's just not one of those things. So I'm like, cool, no worries. Not a problem. I've enjoyed myself. I've had a great time. Unfortunately, Alec, I think one of the issues that we have is the fact that society paints sex as a sex is over when the person with a penis has come. It's like sex is over when this has happened. And as a result, if a partner can't make that person with the penis unload their baby gravy, then they must be a terrible lover. Because it's so easy to make a person with a penis ejaculate. So very, very easy. So, obviously, if they can't do it, then they must be shit in bed. And it's like, no, it's not that. It's never that fucking simple. Why do people think it's that fucking simple? It's never that fucking simple. What a fucking stupid thing to fucking think. There are a million different reasons why that not be the scenario. For starters, sexual non-concordance. For starters, for the beginning of it, sexual non-concordance. Even though that seems to be the way things like sex is the joining of two consenting adults to have a good time together. Whether they reach climax or not, either or both of them, whether they reach climax or not, doesn't matter. I can tell you all now that when it comes to oral sex, I personally, and this is my personal experience that I am sharing with you for educational purposes, I have personally literally come once from that. Doesn't mean that I never want to do it because I'm not fucking climaxing. Not a fucking chance. It's amazing. It feels fantastic. It feels glorious. It feels absolutely wonderful. I enjoy the experience of it. Do I want to never do it because I don't have this one little thing about fuck that noise? Fuck that. It is extremely pleasurable, extremely wonderful, and I thoroughly enjoy it. I would like to indulge in it as often as humanly possible, regardless of the fact that I am like that aspect is very, 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 very unlikely. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? See you later, Zabadian. You take it easy. Thank you so much for all of the pandering, Zabadian. You glutton for a dad joke, you. I really appreciate it. You sleep well, you beautiful bean. I hope you're feeling better. I haven't asked you this week about how you're feeling, but I hope you're feeling better, buddy. Bring pie missed loads of typos today. Oh, bring pie. You look handsome. Thank you very much, Sugar Mama. Try my absolute best. Today I woke up and was like, right, today is a suit day, so we're suiting it up. Doing all the suit stuff. Didn't know, thanks for mentioning. You are very welcome. Gaviscon advert from a spindly goblin cock. Would have thought it more like a water jet. Not at all! It's all about Gaviscon. The Gaviscon advert is fucking amazing. Internalized misogyny applied to sex totally sucks. Deconstructing takes time. It certainly does. Deconstructing the expectation. Deconstructing an awful lot of it takes time. But that's the reason why people like me exist. Because I will stand here speaking to my 69 viewers. Don't tell me exactly how many viewers we have. We always have 69. Doesn't matter how many. Doesn't matter what the number says down here. All right. We always have 69 viewers. So yeah, that's the reason why I am here, to help people deconstruct the bullshit of, well, sex is when a man puts his tinky inside a woman's yoo-hoo and then the man ejaculates, and if everyone's very, very lucky, then the woman might have a little orgasm. Shine. Feeling slowly better. I'm glad to hear it, buddy. Slowly but surely, friends. Slowly but surely, for sure. For sure. All right, friends. Chatted shit for long enough. Should we talk about adverts? Okay. Talking about adverts. This is the point. I'm a little bit late, but it's fine. It's all right. It's okay. It's all right. It's usually the way to go about it, to be honest. I realize that some guys believe that if they come, especially if inside a woman, then they're giving the woman the power of him. So they do everything they can to not finish themselves. Isn't there an ancient Egyptian thing about that? Where one of the ancient Egyptian gods jizzed on somebody's salad. Yeah, power over him. Yeah, there's an ancient Egyptian thing, that. One of the where's Eris Ptolemy when we need them? One of the ancient Egyptian gods, because the ancient Egyptian belief was the power of somebody was within the semen. So a Egyptian, right there we go, Eris. Which god was it that jizzed on another god's salad? There's a lot of jizz in Egyptian mythology, for sure. Very much a Freemason thing, too. Jesus Christ. Of course it fucking is. Of course it fucking is. The Freemasons and their fucking weird rituals where they ate Egyptian mummies. Yeah, of course it fucking is. That makes all of the fucking sense. Another god's salad. Yeah, so there was a whole ancient Egyptian thing about the passing of the semen was like if one god takes in the semen of another god, then that god has, then the one that did the jizzing has power over the other one. So there was like a whole thing where there was two ancient Egyptian gods that were trying to jizz in each other. Horus and Set, was it? There you go. There you go. It was like trying to jizz in each other through the medium of sexual ingress or what have you. And it ended up being a big trick where one of them jizzed on another one's food. I say a salad, food, and fed it to them. And by ingesting the food covered in jizz, they were like, oh no, suddenly I'm your servant. Oh, oh, Jesus Christ. You would think after fucking however many thousands of years that we would have moved past such interesting concepts, but apparently not. Apparently not. The tainted lettuce, exactly. Freemasons totally got a legit recruit email from the Freemasons, so I will respond and ask about this. Please do, Alexandra Griffin. Please do. Ask them. Say, before I join, can I ask you, if I ingest jizz, does that man have power over me? If I ingest the love juices, aka the baby gravy, of a man with a raging love truncheon, does that man have power over me? Jizz on a salad, blue cheese or ranch flavor. I mean, that... If it tastes of either, they need to go to a doctor. This is very true. 1,000 years of software updates is still running on the same jungle hardware. Honestly, Classic Gary, accurate. Fucking accurate. And I thought it was bad when people were talking about fucking Bible quotes. And I'm like, those are at least 1,500 years old. Have we not moved on? Jesus Christ. People are so afraid of the new software update because it might crash the entire system. Anyway, we were talking about adverts. Glad chat with Glee Times. I have never heard that story in the Osiris myth until today. Look into it for us. Look, well, there you go. There's something you can look into for us, Eris. Absolutely. Horus and Set conflict. In a rivalry, Horus tricked Set into eating lettuce covered in semen, a symbolic act of dominance, and in some interpretations, causing Set to conceive. There we go. Thank you very much, Wonderable. And now you've learned something new about Egypt, Eris. I know you're obsessed. So there you go. What were your advert findings? Thank you very much for bringing us back on topic, Alexander Griffin there. I appreciate that. So, friends, I've done an experiment again to refresh everybody's memories. So throughout February, I did an experiment for the 4 weeks of February, because February was exactly 4 weeks this year. So I ran pre-rolls instead of mid-roll adverts on Twitch. Now, what the fuck does that mean? Good question for those people that might not know, okay? So effectively, when somebody joined my chat, if they were not a subscriber, they used to get 3 minutes of adverts every hour. By me running 3 minutes of adverts every single hour, it meant that we got rid of pre-rolls for an entire hour. So I would run 3 minutes of adverts. For the next hour, anyone that joined could just join in and carry on and get involved with the stream straight away without any issues. Okay? Those 3 minutes of adverts, I, as a streamer, got 55% of the ad revenue by being part of the advertiser program. So those 3 minutes, I would get 55% and we would have an hour's worth of ad-free viewing. That was the way that we used to do it. During February, I decided to run pre-roll adverts, which means that when somebody joins the stream, if they are not a subscriber, they would see 30 seconds worth of pre-roll advertisements, and then they wouldn't see another screen covering advert for the rest of the entire stream. But also, I wouldn't get the 55%. I think it's like 35 or 40% that we get from pre-roll adverts like that. If you're not part of the advertiser program, if you are part of the advertiser program, you get 55% ad revenue. If you're not, I think it's between 35, 40%. I can't quite remember. So that was the experiment. 4 weeks in February, we do pre-rolls instead of mid-rolls to check certain things. We're going to check income, because obviously income is very, very important. This is my full-time job. I need to make sure that I'm making ends meet. We're going to check the viewer numbers and the viewer experience, which is what I'm going to be asking all of you about after I talk about this little section. And we will be looking at any effects that it may have had on subscriber numbers, because obviously one of the big, I think in this community where like you people subscribe because you like me. I know it's hard to believe. But I have a feeling. That a lot of you subscribe here because you like me, because you think I'm an all right kind of guy. But it has to be said that in many streams and what have you, a lot of people subscribe purely because they don't want to have to deal with the adverts. We do it slightly differently here anyway. We like you, news to me. I know, right? We do it slightly different here because I kind of tried, when we were doing mid-roll adverts, I kind of tried to stop doing any kind of content during the mid-roll. So like if we were playing a game, the mid-roll would come up and I'd be like, cool, we're going to pause and I'll sit and chat to you for a bit for the 3 minutes of the advert running. And then I'd get back to the game. Do you know what I mean? I lost a bet. That's why I do. That makes sense. Pope. All right. Sadly not surprised, guys. I remember trying to restrain myself when I was younger so that I could make sure that I could please my partner. Eventually, I just realized that I didn't need to stop just because I orgasmed, other than placing a condom. Absolutely. 100%. As long as the protection is used, prophylactic mega. Yeah, exactly, Alec. 110%. There's an awful lot of people out there, especially people with penises, who believe that it's like, once you orgasmed once, that's the end of it. And it's like, no, it doesn't have to be.
You subscribed. Missed kind.
Eric, you cheeky devil.
That is one dapper-looking suit, Valen.
Thank you.
How is my favorite lovable bastard?
I am a lovable bastard. I'm doing very, very well. Thank you very much. I've been spoiled rotten by this community, and we're just about to talk about adverts, talk about industry stuff, and that makes me very, very happy. But I will inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. For the 4 months, the corruption is settling up nicely, settling in very nicely. Eric Nugarius, your name is now inscribed upon the mirror vein, which means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. You get a discount on all of the sexy little merchandise and what have you. You get access to all the sexy little emotes, and being a paid subscriber, you take us that one step closer to the 60-40 split for March. Jeez, I almost said February then. But the most important thing as well, after 4 months, the most important thing is you've got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, me. Yeah, you know. Right. Where was I? Yeah, so the experiment was for the 4 months of February, we do 30 seconds of pre-rolls and no extra adverts, and nobody gets any extra adverts. And we're going to compare that to 4 weeks in January and 4 weeks in December. And the reason why is because when it comes to ad revenue, January and February, monetarily wise, are more or less the same amount of money, because all of the adverts from like the Christmas run dip down in January and February because no one's buying anything because everyone's skint after Christmas. Okay. So that's the reason why I was like, cool, we'll do January normal, then we'll do February with the pre-rolls instead of mid-rolls, and we'll also compare those two with 4 weeks in December so that people can see exactly what kind of effect it has had, what kind of effect it could potentially have in regards to other bits and pieces. After that, I'll talk to all of you about your experience and ask you how you felt about it, whether it was a good streamer experience or like visual experience, whether it was worth it, whether it was not worth it, and all that jazz. I do have to say that there was a big push when they first started rolling out programmable ads where we could run our own adverts and stuff like that. There was a big push for us to put those on with the temptations like the 55% ad revenue, running 3 minutes of adverts to get rid of pre-rolls. And we were also very much told that statistics show that pre-roll ads push away new viewers. We were told that the pre-roll advertisements, if somebody clicks on your stream and immediately gets an advert, it is likely that they will immediately click off that advert and go somewhere else. So it affects your discoverability. Whether that's true or not, I genuinely don't know. I haven't seen the statistics, but that is what we were told. That is the information we were given. Now, before I did this experiment, I did a lot of research with other people. I spoke to other streamers that only run pre-rolls. I spoke to other streamers that only run mid-rolls. I spoke to viewers about their views, and it seemed to be like a mix, like 50-50 of people that were like, yeah, I'd rather see 30 seconds of adverts and then just watch the stream without any interruption, versus like, I will definitely click off a stream if I walk into an advert, you know? So yeah, so that was the dynamic of it. So yeah, so that's where we're at. That's the basis. That's the understanding. Has anybody got any questions about adverts, like, before I get into showing you my earnings and my statistics and stuff like that? I'm going to be very, very open and honest with you, and like I said, I'm not going to show you my monthly earnings. I can give you ballpark figures because I'm quite open about how much I earn off this stream. I can give you ballpark figures, but I won't show you exactly the total. And the only reason I'm not doing that is because I'm not 100% sure whether I'm allowed to with the monetization agreement and with the partnership agreement. However, I am going to show you exactly how much I earned from ad revenue. I'm going to show you the exact number that I earned from ad revenue. And I am going to show you all of my stats in regards to people coming, unique views, followers gained, etc. So you're gonna get a real big peek behind the curtain today, for those people that are interested in content creation and running full-time content and stuff like that. And I know that many of you are streamers yourself, so it might change your views on running adverts yourselves, you know, but it's entirely up to you. Any questions? Oh, there we go. Do you as a streamer get any insight or control on what ads are shown and what the breakdown of your viewers is? I get so I get to, if I'm part of the ad program, if I join the ad program, which I didn't join for February, I get to say when my adverts are ran, with a minimum of 30 seconds and a maximum of 7 minutes or something like that. I get to say whether subscribers are exempt or not. In fact, can I show you? Is there anything that's gonna give the game away if I just show you? Ads. There's nothing here that's going to give any information, any of my personal information, is there? Okay, that one and that one. So this is the ads manager in the dashboard. Let me zoom in so you can see a little bit better. This is the ads manager in the dashboard. So this is what we control our adverts on. As you can see, the ads manager is turned off, but that's because I'm running pre-rolls at the moment, not mid-rolls. If I turned it on, I would have an option of ads per hour, either 30 seconds of ads, and it literally shows you down here. It's like run 30 seconds of ads every 60 minutes. This is a manual thing. If I run 30 seconds of ads, okay, let me wind this back a little bit. Okay, so ads manager is off. If I turn it on, then this actually goes, well, it would go up to 55%. There you go. Percentage of ad revenue if we're running ads. Running 3 minutes of adverts per hour to unblock 55% net ad revenue. So in order to get 55%, I thought it was just turning it on, but it's not. It's if I run 3 minutes of adverts every hour, then I get 50%. If I don't run the ads manager, or I don't run 3 minutes of adverts every hour, then I only get 30%. You can run anywhere between 30 seconds and 22 minutes and 30 seconds worth of ads an hour. I thought it was 7 minutes. I thought the highest you could go was 7 minutes. I didn't realize the highest you could go was 22 minutes and 30 seconds. Fuck my life. 22 minutes. 22 and a half minutes of adverts. That is mind-boggling to me. 22 minutes is Mr. Krabs. That's crazy, isn't it? That's a lot of minutes. I didn't realize that. Well, I never thought to take it any further than 3 minutes because I was like, I want the 55% ad revenue. 3 minutes gets rid of, because it's for every minute of adverts you run, it gets rid of 20 minutes of pre-rolls. So you run 1 minute of ads every hour and it gets rid of 20 minutes of pre-rolls, and then you get pre-rolls for the last 40 minutes. If you run 3 minutes of ads every hour or a minute and a half every half an hour, then you get the complete hour free of pre-rolls, effectively. Is the ad manager whether or not the ads are personalized to? We do not get any control over what ads are ran on our channel, Floral Goats. We have absolutely no control over that on Twitch. On other platforms, you do get a certain amount of control depending on what the platform is and like what the partnership agreement or the monetization agreement is. But on Twitch, we have zero control over what adverts run on our channel. As a result, I can be doing a sex education stream talking about the intricacies of fisting, and I could get a fucking a children's toy advert that pops up. You just don't know. They have no way of showing that at the moment. I do know that if you have like certain flags on your content, like if you have like the gambling flag or the political flag or the mature content flag, that will restrict certain adverts from showing on your channel. I also know that different adverts pay different amounts. So it's not like this is like the 30% is a guaranteed. I could get fucking 30 quid or like 30p from 30 cent from one advert, and I could get 10 cent from another advert, depending on who the advert is. Do you know what I mean? That's the advertiser problem after all. Yes. Yeah, and it's one of the big issues that Twitch has had in regards to getting advertisers. It's been an ongoing thing. And I'm not going to get into the big controversies with Twitch and advertising just yet. We might talk about that a little bit later. But yeah, it's a whole thing. You knew someone that ran 22 minutes of adverts? It was wild and I hated them. I'm not bloody surprised. Jesus Christ. 33% of ads. Yeah. That's a third of your stream every hour run by ads. That would be the very quickest way to lose followers, I think. I genuinely think it would be the quickest way to lose followers. But then you get the ad frequency automatic, which says run a minute and a half every 30 minutes, or you can run 3 minutes of adverts every hour. The maximum you can run in one ad break is 3 minutes every 60 minutes. I think if you run 22 minutes, is 3 minute ad break every 8 minutes, and that's the most that you can run at all. Okay, so the most that you can do is 3 minutes of adverts every 8 minutes, but you're only allowed to do a maximum of 3 minutes of adverts in any one period. You can't just do 22 minutes of adverts and then have the next 40 minutes doing you. Do you know what I mean? If they want a better fit, they can pull out their wallets and sponsor. That would be nice. That would be nice. I don't get sponsors, generally speaking, Floral Goats, because I talk about sex and nobody wants to sponsor that. How's it going, Lolo Frosty?
Pander to my ego. Pander to it. Pander to it.
What do you call a medieval knighted spy? Surveillance. I'll show myself out.
God damn it.
Asterisk trips on the doorstep and hits his head on an inflatable unicorn that was covered with bricks. Asterisk.
I was hiding that there. I was hiding that inflatable unicorn there. God damn it, Zachjack. Thank you very much, 100 little panderings. I appreciate that. Are you maybe accidentally enabling ads by sliding those around, or do you need to confirm? No. By having ads not scheduled, by having this unticked. If I had this ticked and I was fucking around with it, then yeah, it would be. But the reason why I turned this off as quickly as possible was because I didn't want to have to fuck about with that. But yes. Oh no, fuck that noise. You got there are some advanced settings, but I've never really played with those. Then you get these general rules with stuff. So that is all our ad frequency and the ads manager and what have you. And then you've got the general ad settings. So pre-roll ads, keep pre-rolls on my channel regardless. Or if I am going for a piss and I'm like, cool, I'm going to be 3 minutes, I'll run 3 minutes of adverts while I'm not here, while nobody's missing anything. And that will give me an hour's worth of pre-rolls off. And that's what I've been doing. So throughout February, I have been manually running ads when I'm having a be right back, so that I can get rid of pre-roll ads, because that's how I would do it. If we are choosing to go forth with just pre-rolls, that's how I would be doing it. So that's how I wanted to do this experiment, you know? Oh, you're very welcome, Floral Goats. I fucking love this industry. This is very much my cup of tea. So I am more than happy to explain this information. Do you know what I mean? I think pre-roll ads are a bitch, but depending on the size of the content creator, I think it would make more sense. Well, the thing about pre-roll ads, Lolo, is, and I've said this before, and I have no doubt I will say it again, because it's something that a lot of people miss, is the fact that if you run pre-roll adverts, it means that new people get to see 30 seconds of adverts and then get uncut content. There are no more adverts. Unless I choose to manually run an advert, like I'm not here or something like that, there are no other adverts. So a brand new person comes into my stream and goes, cool, I'm going to watch 30 seconds of adverts, and then I'm going to watch the next 4 hours of gameplay with no interruptions. No interruptions at all. Do you know what I mean? Whereas the other way around is running 3 minutes of adverts every hour. It means that when people join in, they can go, oh, cool, I'm going straight into the content, not worrying about adverts. I'm not getting an advert immediately. But every hour I'm getting 3 minutes. So I'm getting 57 minutes worth of unfiltered content for 3 minutes of watching whatever fucking advertisers there are out there. Do you know what I mean? This bathroom visit is sponsored by, how's it going, I'm Rosie, how you doing, cheeky devil? Know a lot of disabled streamers using the ads to take regular breaks, which honestly, fucking great. If that works for them, fucking wonderful. I would say the vast majority of people use 3 minutes of ads. 3 minutes of ads every hour. I know some people that use those 3 minutes of ads every hour in order to have a break every hour, because they need it or because they want it or what have you. Generally speaking, I like my daytime streams, my let me go up a little wee bit because I feel like I'm squatting down. My daytime streams, so my gaming streams, are normally between 4 and 5, sometimes 6 hours long. And in that entire time, I will have one break where I'll go for a piss. Sometimes 2 breaks where I'll go for a piss and make a cup of tea or what have you. But generally speaking, I don't take many breaks. So as a result, it does mean that I am stopping the gameplay every hour because there's 3 minutes of adverts and I don't want people missing out on anything. You know, that kind of thing. Denzi! Hello, you beautiful individual. Can I get a shout out for Denzi, please? My darling, darling moderators. Unless the player crashes or you accidentally refresh the page. Yes, if you refresh the page, then you get another advert. If the player crashes and you have to reload it, then you get another pre-roll advert. Because it sees you as a brand new viewer. But that's an issue for... that's an overall site issue, unfortunately. And thank you very much for the shout out for Denzi there. For some reason, it didn't pop up on this screen, but people go check out Denzi. Denzi's bloody wonderful. One of my closest friends. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful human being who I love very, very dearly. Plays a lot of Zelda at the moment. Playing a lot of Zelda and Metroid. They were playing Metroid for a long period of time as well. I don't know whether they've moved on from Metroid and just playing Zelda now. But they're wonderful and glorious. They play a whole load of different styles of game. Lots of Zelda, lots of Metroid, lots of retro, that kind of thing. And I love her very, very much. She's wonderful and glorious. A very, very good friend of mine. As a viewer, knowing that the streamer gets a cut and how they work makes it much more bearable. Yeah, absolutely. And I completely get that for sure. Would love more platforms to get that message. I mean, generally speaking, they do. They do. Like the ad revenue on YouTube, for example, is It's good-ish. And when I say ish, I mean it depends on what your YouTube videos are about. If they are gaming videos, you will get $3, approximately $3 for every 1,000 people that view your content. If you are a financer, if you are doing content about finances, about stocks and shares and banking and cryptocurrency and shit like that, you are more likely to get $30 for every 1,000 people that view your content. It's CPM, so cost per mil. As for TikTok, TikTok's a pain in the fucking hoop and it's just shit. Meta and Instagram and Facebook are also pretty fucking shit. I think they've only just rolled out some description of monetization scheme on Instagram. I think there's like definitely a sponsorship dynamic, not sponsorship, a subscription dynamic on Instagram. But it's a bit shit. It's all a bit shit. And I would agree. I think that there should be more of that. Adverts are definitely more tolerable when you know that the person that you are trying to support is gay. Like, I will watch, if I can't afford to subscribe to somebody, I don't mind watching 3 minutes of adverts every hour. In order to, support them by any stretch of imagination. Sweet Bee, how you doing? My problem was I would accidentally navigate elsewhere and then come back and get another 30 seconds of ads. Yes. Yeah, which is really shit. But that is the dynamic of like accidents like that, or when your thing crashes or what have you. It's a pain in the ass and it's annoying as shit. But is that risk worth? And this is a question that I will be asking you later, so you can answer this later on. Absolutely. Is the risk of like maybe accidentally refreshing or like navigating somewhere else and then coming back, or the thingy crashing depending on your internet and what have you, and then risking that extra 30 seconds of adverts, like then you're looking at what? It's a maximum. Flee. Oh my lordy. But before we go back into that, ladies and gentlemen and audience outside between, delve deep into your bits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who did they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage. It's Jay Britton. Hello, Jay. How's it going, you beautiful human being? Oh, my lord. Oh, that sexual tyrannosaurus. My god, I've got a quivering in my quim. People from my stream. Go and check out the wonderful Jay Britton. Jay Britton is absolutely phenomenal. Another very, very good friend of mine who I've met in really real life. I poked his face and everything. We had cocktails together. Take that how you will. He's a phenomenally talented voice actor.
I tell you, filthy.
They're just cleaning each other. Stop it. They're just cleaning each other. Calm yourselves down. They're just cleaning each other. Doing some old school Metal Gear Solid, Jay? Jay has probably had to raid and run because I know he's got a very, very, very busy life at the moment, what have you. But welcome on in, you cheeky little devils. Welcome on to the Cult of Vane, the home of hedonism here. We're doing a bit of a talk today. First of all, I will say, though, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. You shouldn't be, because you were just in Jay's stream, and I know they have a mature content stream generally. But if you are under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave because I talk about sex a hell of a lot. I really, really do. However, today we're not directly talking about sex. We've talked about it a couple of times already, but we are talking about the business, the industry of content creation, and very specifically, we're talking about ads on Twitch. If you are a streamer, if you are a person that streams yourself, it might be worth sticking around because I have done an experiment where I have run pre-rolls instead of mid-rolls for 4 weeks, and I am going to show you all of the data. I'm going to show you all the information on how much I earned from those advertisements throughout that period for the 4 weeks of February, 4 weeks in January, and 4 weeks in December. I'm also going to give you information on my viewership and how many people, like my average viewers, the average unique engagers, and all that jazz. So I'm going to give you all that information. I'm literally going through it all today for people. I like doing these experiments because then it means that other people don't have to. People can make their decisions based on my risk. Do you know what I mean? Because I fucking love content creation. I love everything to do with this industry, and I will happily happily do these things purely out of curiosity a lot of the time. The reason why I did it was because I wanted to see what it was worth. We're basically comparing earnings versus like earnings, obviously, like how much I earn just running pre-rolls instead of running mid-rolls, how that affected viewership, how that affected new viewers, and how that affected the viewer experience. Because if people didn't know, and just reiterating for all those beautiful new raiders, if you didn't know, by watching 30 seconds of pre-roll adverts, you should be able to watch the rest of the stream without any kind of interruption. We're at 30 seconds of pre-roll adverts, so 30 seconds as soon as you click on the link, twitch.tv/ValentVane, and no more interruptions unless the player crashes or you accidentally refresh or you navigate somewhere else and come back or what have you. Then you'll get another 30 seconds. The other option is 3 minutes of adverts every single hour to stop the pre-rolls from happening. But on those scenarios, the Twitch streamer gets 55% of the ad revenue as opposed to 30%. So that's what we're weighing up today. That's what we're weighing up today. How's it going, Moo? How you doing, you beautiful individual? And OS Englander, how you doing? More like a sexual compsognathus. Yes, that's a word that I can say. Welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? But yeah, that's what we're doing today. If any of you would like to stick around for that, you are very, very welcome to do so. As always, if that ain't your cup of tea, if you're not a streamer, you're just a viewer, and I say just a viewer. Viewers are literally what make this shit happen. So if you are a very valued and much appreciated viewer, or you happen to be a streamer, but this ain't your fucking thing, and you're just like, do you know what? I'm fucking done. I don't give a shit about your weird fucking thingies. I don't give a shit about how much you earn or anything like that. I don't care about that fucking shit. God damn it. Flipping tables. And what have you, then by all means, go grab a snaffly treat or a delightful beverage. Well, I throw water all over my desk. And go do what you need to do, you know? That's what we're talking about today. We don't always talk about work, but like I said, we have a large variety of, we have a large selection of streamers in this community. So I have done this experiment so that other people don't have to, and they can learn from it and hopefully do all the bits and pieces. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Where's how you doing, you beautiful individual? Also, Jay, I'm sure you've probably raided and ran yourself, but I love your face. I hope you're doing well. You are phenomenal and glorious. And again, people from my stream, go check out Jay Britton. Jay Britton's a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful human being who I love very, 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 very much. Absolutely joy of a human being and a phenomenal voice actor. A phenomenal, phenomenal voice actor. I've been listening to his Tales from the Chair, which is his YouTube channel where he does audiobooks. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Right. Where was I? Had to unplug my router, so your point was just demonstrated to me. There you go. Yeah, exactly. This is the thing, is like, is the annoyance of rejoining and then getting 30 seconds of adverts worth not having 3 minutes of adverts every single hour? Do you know what I mean? The reloading makes it extra annoying when Twitch is fiddling with their servers. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. I like that the stream isn't interrupted. It's better viewing experience. Miss the start isn't bad because you don't know what you're missing, but when ads interrupt the middle of a moment, it can be very frustrating. That's basically the information that I got before I started this experiment from people, was the annoyance of being interrupted versus the peace of mind of knowing you're not going to be interrupted. We were just talking about the ad settings before I get into my details. I pay for Turbo now because it was too annoying for me, but I'm still able to. This is the thing. Turbo is like $15 a month, $13 a month, something like that. So if you subscribe to 3 different channels, then it might be worth considering Turbo, Twitch Turbo. I will also be sharing how much money I make from Twitch Turbo, because effectively you get money instead of the ads for the people that are paying Twitch Turbo. Which means that for those Turbo, people worried for a long time that by paying for Twitch Turbo that they wouldn't be supporting their favorite streamers. but actually we do get money from you turbo viewers. I don't, well, I mean, we'll find out. We'll find out how much it is in comparison in a bit, for sure. Ignore if I derails too much, but do ad blockers affect your revenue? Oh, ad blockers are even more interesting, Floral Goats. But the long story short, yes. So ad blockers, let me go back up again. Ad blockers, generally speaking, if you aren't seeing an ad, then we don't get the ad revenue. So an ad blocker will, like, for example, Floral Goats, there are certain countries that don't allow certain types of advertising. As a result, those people don't get to see the ads, and like the viewers that are watching a stream will contribute less because of the government rules and stuff like that. But an ad blocker, if you are watching an ad blocker on Twitch, then two major things that are a problem with that. One, which is what you just talked about, if you are watching my stream with an ad blocker, then we will not get the ad revenue from you not seeing the ad, because you don't see the ad, so we don't get the revenue. Makes sense. But two is there is a weird fucking back end thing that happens with ad blockers and Twitch in particular, which is if you have an ad blocker and you have a subscription to a channel, so say if you subscribe to my channel and you have an ad blocker, there is a chance that the subscription will cancel out the ad blocker and you will start seeing adverts. We got it in my channel.
Subscribed. Most kind.
I don't know, 6 months ago, something like that.
Danish non-ad interruption. You are very dapper today, Valen.
Thank you.
It is our answer to everything versary.
It is.
I feel smarter already.
Yeah, our answer to everything versary, Kindrin, you beautiful bean. I'm going to pop over here. I'll now inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. You get a discount on the merch store, and you get access to all the sexy little emotes. And being a paid subscriber, you take us that one step closer to the 60-40 split for March. But the most important thing, as well you know, after 42 months, the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow, you know? You know, you cheeky little devil, you. Right, we'll go back here so I can finish this bit off. Let me catch up with chat a wee bit. May have missed the reveal, but what was the revenue gap for you months ago? We haven't got there yet, Classic Gary. We haven't got there yet. Doing all right, been chilling? Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, doing all right, doing okay. I'm feeling good today. As the occasional lurker, I've been very interested in your experiment and appreciate you having this discussion. You are very, very welcome, Middle Rose. Oh, Midi Rose, excuse me. Think many will decide what they think is best option and rarely consider the other options. I'm guilty of that. Oh, yeah, absolutely. The vast majority, you've got to remember that the vast majority of people that are on Twitch as a business, like you get basically 3 different types of streamers out there. You get the streamers that are doing it as a hobby, and they just want to be there with their mates. They just want to be hanging out with their friends. And if they earn a little bit of money off that, then fucking great. But they're not doing it for the money. They're doing it to you know, just like hang out with their friends, play games online, meet new friends online, you know? You get the people that are trying to make it work, that are putting all of their efforts into trying to get this to be a full-time content creation thing. And then you get the people that are full-time content creators, effectively, that run this as a business. This is their income, their business, like me. That is what I do. And even though I am not by any stretch of the imagination a large streamer, I know that many people may question that, but it's true. I am not. I would say that large streamer starts at like 500 viewers every stream plus, if not 1,000 viewers every stream plus. Marketing-wise, a mid-streamer is between 70 and 500 viewers. In fact, I don't even think it's that. I think it's like 100, an average viewership of 100 to 500 is usually about mid-streamer level. Anything lower than that, including myself, would be considered as a small streamer to a marketer. That doesn't mean that what I am doing is bad doesn't mean that what you're doing is bad. Just I am very mid. It's true, Swaggy. It's very, very true. But just from like an advertising perspective, I would not be considered a big streamer. I think I'm doing pretty all right. I'm pretty happy with the way things are going, but just as a point of perspective, Twitch is my main entertainment, so paying for it makes perfect sense to me. I don't pay for any other streaming entertainment. There you go then. There you go. Perfect, Sweet Bee. Absolutely. Absolutely. No worries, Riddles. I mean, do you think? Some people run huge ad breaks when they know that they have a high sub and turbo community. I've heard that directly. That wouldn't surprise me. That genuinely wouldn't surprise me. If you've got a community, I'm gonna take random numbers here, but if you've got a community that are 100%, that are say 100 viewers every single stream, okay, and it's usually exactly the same viewers every single stream, and you know that 70 of those viewers every single stream is subscribed to your channel, and that 20 of those viewers every single stream are on the what's it called? The turbo program. Then for those people, it makes a little bit of sense to push your adverts up. Go, right, do you know what? We're going to do 6 minutes of adverts. Because I know I'm going to be pissing off those 10 people, but actually, of all of my viewership, my 100 people per stream, I'm going to make more from ad revenue because I know that I'm going to make the money off the turbo more than I am from anything else. You know? However, what we were just about to talk about was this section here. So this is the general section, which says keep pre-rolls on my channel, which is even if you're running mid-roll adverts, everyone still is introduced with a pre-roll. Disable pre-roll adverts when I run adverts, so if you're running 3 minutes of adverts every single hour, then you won't get any pre-rolls for the entire thing. I will also say though, in this moment, that you have to run 3 minutes of adverts every hour. If you run adverts late, or if you run adverts early, that affects whether you get pre-rolls. So for example, if I run adverts on the hour, and then I run adverts 40 minutes into the stream, that means that from the 40-minute point, I will get no adverts for an hour. Which means if it's normally on the hour 1, hour 2, hour 3, and I run hour 2 early, that means that there will be 20 minutes worth of ad revenue. The 20 minutes worth of pre-rolls that happen. It literally is an hour's... When you run the 3 minutes of adverts, it gives you an hour of no pre-rolls. It doesn't stack. It doesn't stack. Lots of people think it does. It doesn't. Does that make sense? Are people understanding that? How's it going, Gecko? How you doing? Playing Twitch channel settings. Very tricky game to win. I am, Gecko. I am indeed. I'm talking about the experiment I've done over the past 4 weeks in regards to pre-roll ads versus mid-roll ads. But yeah, so the ads do not... The mid-roll ads don't stack. If you run ads early, then you run the risk of having 5-10 minutes or whatever of pre-roll ads being on your stream. Okay. As someone who wants to do their very first stream soon, this is helpful. You are very, very welcome. Very, very welcome. Pre-roll ad notification enables the dashboard notification to alert when pre-roll ads are enabled or disabled. This is very, very useful if you are running mid-rolls because, again, like I said, they don't stack. So it's like, by the way, pre-rolls are now enabled for the next 20 minutes. You get that information there, okay? Stream display ads enables you to run stream display ads on your channel. Which is a stream display ad is a like where the thingy shrinks down, the screen shrinks down and you see banner ads around the side of the stream instead of like covering the entire stream and being disruptive. I've enabled those because if it's not disruptive advertising, then I will take it. Do you know what I mean? I'm gonna put this on side money. I want to minimize the ad amount myself, or at least keep it manageable. This is what we're talking about, basically, Gecko, for sure. I'm gonna be talking about exactly how much I earn based on it all. Now, somewhere in here, let me have a look. Before, I don't want to go rooting around and give you all of my background information. Because somewhere in here, there is a setting, and they seem to have moved it. Okay, there we go. In advanced settings. In advanced settings, when you go into the advanced settings, first delay. So when your first set of adverts runs, you can delay it up to 30 minutes. When I did roll mid-roll adverts, I had my first set of adverts literally in the first 5 minutes of stream, because that would be during the starting soon screen, and therefore nobody would get adverts for an hour. They would get them within the starting soon screen and then nothing for an hour. So I literally had that at 1 minute. You can automatically snooze the adverts during high engagement moments like hype trains, or if the dad joke train is coming or anything like that, you can automatically snooze the adverts. I didn't do that because I wanted to have a bit more control over I wanted to have a bit more control over exactly when the adverts run. Allow subscribers to watch your content ad-free. Just because you are a subscriber does not mean you will never see adverts. Some of the much bigger streamers that are getting thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds a month may well choose to turn that off, which means that even subscribers get adverts, which upsets me deep in my soul. But it is an option to make your subscribers watch adverts too. Also, that also covers when watching the VODs back. Yes, it does. There are adverts on VODs, as I found out not so long ago. You can get notifications how many minutes before an ad starts. Chat notifications when an ad break is about to start, so it'll pop up in the chat just below us like that. It'll pop up being like, ad break about to start. It doesn't show up in the overlays I've got, but it used to when I ran them. Show up in the chat itself. And then chat notifications for mods, which is when you would see Nibberin usually pop in and just be like, ads coming. That was because Nibberin had seen that there were adverts coming, because the notification for mods had come up, so that Nibberin could warn me effectively. Okay? So those are the settings of the adverts. I'll say that again. Those are the settings of the adverts. So that is like the overall how the adverts work in regards to streaming on Twitch. Anyone got any questions about that while I catch up with chat? Gonna put this on side. Yeah, doodling on this little game that people can play during ads. You can still play along even when ads are rolling. That's interesting. That's a very interesting concept. There's a very small number of people who would pay and watch ad. I think you will usually find, and I am absolutely stereotyping here, you will usually find that oh, hello, let me zoom out again so that I can actually see things properly. Very, very big streamers that tend to, and I'm very much typecasting here, very big streamers that tend to have a big, we're not allowed to use that word, enthusiastic / parasocial fan base, because there is an S word that we used to use for them, but Twitch banned that word, and I fear, normally I'm not afraid of using that word, but in this context I am, so I'm not going to use that word particularly. But if a rather large streamer has a very enthusiastic / parasocial fan base, then there is a good chance that those people would be interested in watching the adverts and subscribing as well, for sure. Why is the word banned? The word is, and I'll say it for educational purposes, the word is simp. And the reason why the word simp was banned was because it was used as a slur. It was used as a way of offending people, a way of bullying individuals, and therefore Twitch banned it. I have used this word many times on Twitch as a way of describing people from an educational point of view, to explain the problems with it, and the ways that it can often be misconstrued and stuff like that. But this wouldn't have been used in an educational purpose. This would have been used in a descriptive purpose that could be quite offensive. So that's the reason why I didn't. Do you know what I mean? Squirrel in my pants. That's the one. Silly lizard. Shrimps. The shrimps are doing pretty well. I found one dead one that decided to ram itself into the filter, but that's its own fault for getting in the filter. But overall, they're doing all right. When I see them, they're doing all right. Doing okay. Gave one a little wash earlier. It was great. One true cribble coming here, cheeky devil. What do you like claiming cheeky kisses? Cheeky individual, you. You see how I may have made the list? Yeah. They have squirrel in my pants. Oh, is that? Yeah, that makes more sense. There is fair. I'm happy to tell people. I'm happy to just let people know and just be like, yeah, the word is simp. This is the reason why it's been banned. Education. Do you know what I mean? Salisbury getting banned again for no reason this time. Huh? That one's gone way over my head, I'm afraid, Gecko. Shrimp is the word that they use to not say the other word. Oh, like schmecks? People are saying shrimp instead of simp? Oh my god. Fuck. Of course they are. Of course they are. Of course they are. No one's using that word here. We're all right. It's okay. And I don't think we should be afraid of that word. I know that Twitch have banned it, but I don't think we should be afraid of that word. I think we should use it in its correct and appropriate way, in an explanation, not an aggressive, not an offensive way. Just being like, right, it's an explanation. Here's the description. Here's the explanation as to why it is that way. Is the dynamic there? We'll be educational about it, you know? I might get another slap on the wrist by Twitch, but do you know what? I think that's worth it for my own personal morals. I've always believed in education over avoidance. Trying to think of S words that could be fun. Right, okay. Shrimp has always had a definition. They can't have it. That is fair. That is fair. Shrimp are wonderful. I have a fair few in my little tank back there. Anyway, so that explains what ads are and the dynamic. To reiterate, I did an experiment during February, 4 weeks of February, where I ran pre-rolls instead of mid-rolls. Pre-roll adverts being a 30-second advert at the beginning of the stream, and then no adverts for the rest of the stream. Mid-rolls being 3 minutes of adverts every hour to get rid of pre-rolls, so that new viewers aren't seeing an advert as soon as they join, versus the pre-rolls where they are seeing an advert as soon as they join. I am now going to share my stats with you, my information with you, in regards to how much I earned I'll share the stats for the 4 week periods. So a 4 week period in February, 4 week period in January, which again is an immediate comparative 4 weeks, because in regards to ad earnings, they're about the same. My lordy, you're just in time. Ladies and gentlemen, and all gents outside between, delve deep into your bits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders. Throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness. Good lord. It's Rebel Nay. Good lordy. You've come in just as I'm about to tell everybody how much I earn. Well, kind of, mostly-ish. Kind of, maybe. I am aware that this raid is about me, and I appreciate that. It's because I'm wearing a suit, isn't it? That's what it is. That's what it is. Rebel Nay and the Rebel Inc. Look, the rebels, they're all getting up. The Rebel Alliance is here. All right. Rebel Nay, I know full well that you have been streaming.
Yeah, you subscribe.
Eric!
Most kind.
Gifting us 5 subs in there. I'll be with you momentarily. Let me say hi to all of these beautiful raiders first. Friends, first things first. If you do not know Rebel Nay is one of my fucking closest friends on Twitch. Closest friends, full stop. We talk to each other all the fucking time. They're a wonderful, wonderful human being. Ellie, absolutely fantastic. They have one of the most wholesome reasons of being on Twitch, which is they want to earn full-time money off of Twitch so that when they have passed their veterinary exam, which is, they're on their last exam now to become a full qualified vet, they want to provide free veterinary services to animal shelters, earn their living on Twitch, and then provide free veterinary services to animal shelters. That is the most wholesome thing that I think I've ever fucking heard ever in my entire fucking life. So you should go check them out. Also, if you enjoy vegan recipes and chaos and shenanigans and interesting conversations, then all of these things are things that you can check out on Rebel Nay's stream. Ellie, beautiful human being who I love very dearly. I am aware though, Ellie, darling, schnookums, honeybun, sweetie pea, that you have been streaming all day today. You streamed on your Study with Rebel Nay stream where you were doing all your research. You had a 20-minute break where you walked your dog, and then you've just done another several hour stream. So please, as much as I heart your face, almost as much as I heart my own, if you need to disappear, if you need to go get some sleep, 10 a.m. till 10:30 p.m. You have done 12 and a half hours worth of thingies. Ellie, if you need to go, please do so. Go freaking eat. Go freaking eat. Go eat. Go do your basic. Yeah, Rebel Nay, time out Rebel Nay, 8 hours, go sleep. Please, please go do so. I will, anything that you miss from this stream, I will tell you all about it. Friends that have just joined us, welcome on in. If you are new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. But I talk about sex all of the time. I'm pretty sure that Ellie also has an 18 plus stream, but on the off chance he is snuck in there somehow, I have to ask you to leave. Come back when you're 18. We'll have a good time. We are not talking about sex today. No, we are talking about ad revenue, because I have done an experiment doing pre-rolls versus mid-rolls. And if you are a streamer, if you are somebody who does stream yourself, you may find this conversation particularly interesting, because I have done the experiment so that you people don't have to, all right? And we are just about to go into how much I earned for February in regards to advertising, and how much I earned in comparison to January and December where I ran mid-rolls, okay? All of this information I'm giving freely to you. Oh, Ellie, you asked earlier, are we allowed to share how much we earn? I don't believe I'm allowed to share the exact amount that I earn. I know it was a thing on the old partner agreement, but I don't know if it's a thing in the new monetization agreement. So I'm just going to be sharing the amount of that I have earned from ad revenue. I'm just going to talk about, I can give people ballpark figures, but we're going to be talking about how much I earned in February running pre-rolls versus how much I earned in January, 4 weeks in January running mid-rolls, and how much I earned in December, which is obviously a very heavy advertising month for mid-rolls as well. I'm also going to be sharing my average viewers for those months to talk about whether it affected viewership numbers and stuff like that. I'm going to be talking about all of this scenario, okay? All these beautiful people coming in here. Let me just... Ellie says, you're looking super handsome in your suit. Maybe your time to make a move. Well, Royal Navy, I certainly will do. Like, hey, how's it going, Rebel Nay? Rebel Nay really likes Star Wars. So I'm like, hey, Rebel Nay, who's your father? Who's your father? Want to feel the force deep within you? There is no do, there is no try, there is only do when it comes to me and you. It's lucky that she knows me as well as she does. It is so lucky that she knows me as well as she is. Jesus Christ. Is that a waistcoat? Yeah, full 3-piece suit. You know? Fuck my life. Why am I like this? Also to remind everybody, Cheap Rat Train. Alexandra, what are you talking about? What are you saying? What was that? What? I'm one of these raiders. You should know this. Yeah, Eric, thank you very much for gifting those 5 subscriptions. And I need to go find them. I need to go find them. There we are. Thank you very much for gifting 5 subscriptions into the community. I will inscribe those names upon the mirror of Vane, this giant bloody mirror of Vane. For the first one. This is getting a very hard angle to keep hold of. There we go. The second one. The third one. The fourth one. And finally, Midi Rose, who has said something in chat so I can read your name out. The 5th one! By having your names upon the mirror of any means, you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. You also get a discount on the merchandise store, and you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? You know, you cheeky devils. Oh, where were we? If you want to go self-care, I mean, more power to you, but self-care, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Please, self-care. Do what you need to do. Please tell us that you rated us and there are 17 or less. There are always 69 viewers in here, Royal Navy. So when Rebel Nate just raided over, the exact amount of people left in order to keep it 69 viewers. That's just the way it always is here. Always, do you know what I mean? Taylor Sith, how you doing? Welcome on in. We'll help you out. I appreciate that. That's all about the experimentation. You bloody well know it. I thought sharing your income from Twitch was TOS. Did they allow it to be shared now? I can't remember. I know I'm going to be sharing. Do you know what? Regardless, I'm going to be sharing how much I earn from ad revenue today. Even if it's TOS, then I'm going to get suspended for a while. I don't think it is, because I've definitely seen other people share their earnings before. But it panicked me for a second there, Taylor Sith. 46 feels odd. No, not at all. As long as your physical body has rotated around the sun at least 18 times, I'm good. You can stick around. Does the mask stay on? It can do. It can do. Only if we've got a glow-in-the-dark condom so that I can pretend to have a lightsaber and go, wham, what? Oh my god. Anyway. Good question. Probably does, knowing Valen. Yeah, exactly. If you ever had a chance, it's gone now. Yay. Well, there's a moment to end the stream. How's it going, Rach? How you doing, you beautiful individual? Fine as fuck. What can I say? Cool, Lester Smooth. That's me. Always like this. Absolutely. Man, you're asking for viewers who are... What? Oh, please tell... Oh, right, yeah. No, I got you, Royal Navy. I got confused for a second there. Yeah, tell us if any of you are under the age of 18, because you can get banned from this stream and from Rebel Day stream. Yay! I will help them out. I got you. I'm going to go sleep. No worries, you take it easy. Don't get suspended. We'll find out. If I will. No worries, Rage. You luck away, you beautiful bean. Red lightsaber. I mean, I'm not against it. All right? You did. You panicked me for a second there. For a second, because I was like, what do you mean 17-year-olds? Is there a 17-year-old here that I'd missed, that I didn't ban? What the fuck? Speaking of which, we did have a very wholesome moment a little while ago where somebody who was under the age of 18 5 years ago, they were under the age of 18 and they were like, hey, I'm 13. I think they were 13 years old. And we were like, hey, you're going to have to leave. We're going to have to ban you because this is an 18 plus channel. Come back when you're 18. We'll have a chat and we'll have a laugh and it'll all be fun and dandy. And then they messaged me last year, end of last year. And they said, hey, I've just turned 18. can I get unbanned and rejoin your channel, please? That came out of nowhere. Thank you very much for waiting and allowing me to sneeze fucking everywhere. That was lovely too. Yeah, it was really, really cute. It was really, really cute. If you're here, friend, I really appreciate you. I appreciate you, first of all, respecting the fact that we had to ban you because it was an under 18s thing. And second of all, for coming back. That's really fucking cool. That's really, really cool. I'm not going to call you out of lurk if you are here. I don't know. But just know that melted my little heart a little bit. That you remembered something 5 years later. And that you decided to come back. That's really fucking cool. That's really, really fucking cool. As these look quite enjoyable. Yeah, definitely. A 13th of an orgasm or whatever it was. Right. So, friends, we have talked about what the Twitch ad settings are. We've talked about the difference between pre-rolls and mid-rolls. Pre-rolls being 30 seconds of adverts with at the beginning and then no adverts throughout the stream. Mid-rolls being 3 minutes of adverts every hour to get rid of pre-rolls. The difference being a pre-roll is a new person joins the stream and immediately gets 30 seconds of adverts. A mid-roll is a new person joins the stream and gets no adverts, but then gets 3 minutes of adverts every single hour in the stream, interrupting the stream, potentially interrupting the gameplay, etc., etc. Major differences with pre-roll adverts. Again, 30 seconds of adverts at the very, very beginning for no other adverts throughout the stream. However, the streamer only gets 30% of the ad revenue from those adverts. Mid-roll adverts, so long as you run 3 minutes of adverts every single hour, you get no pre-roll adverts for that hour, and you earn 55% of the ad revenue from that, from the ads that are ran on your channel. Okay, now we're going to talk about me, my stream, my experiment, starting with February, okay? Major difference, yeah. I think it might be quite surprising to some people what the difference is. And then after that, I'll be asking all of you about your experiences, what you think is worthwhile, and whether those people that have been here for that experiment, whether they thought it was worthwhile having no mid-roll ads, or whether they were preferring mid-roll ads because it meant they get up and do things during those mid-rolls, or they knew they were paying more money towards the streamer, etc. I'll be asking you that information, okay? But first, let's talk about my stats. So here, let's go up a little bit. Here are my stats for February. So I streamed for nearly 60 hours in February. We had unique viewers of 3,233. So that's 3,233 individual people that clicked on my channel. Our average viewers for February was 74. So the average viewers throughout the entirety of the nearly 60 hours of streaming was 74 viewers per hour. I got 55 follows, and then I had 362 unique chatters. Okay? Right. How am I going to do this? I know. We'll go straight into how much I earned from adverts doing that. Okay? Every time I sit down, my wife texts me to call her. So yeah, no worries. You take it easy, Taylor. Says, go do what you need to do. Do what you need to do. Okay. In regards to earnings from February, so this was where I was running for exactly 4 weeks. I ran pre-roll adverts. So I ran 30 seconds of adverts at the beginning of stream. And therefore, nobody got any adverts from that. I achieved £12 or $12.97. I'm going to need to do it here, aren't I? Because it's going to make more sense because I can't see that very well. February. $12.97. That was $8.08 for adverts and $4.72 for Twitch Turbo users. Okay? So I'm not going to talk directly about the difference between dollars and Great British pounds at the moment. But that is a whole thing. Okay, so that is how much I earned for the 4-week period for 3,233 unique viewers. So how many can I tell you? No, I can't really give that information. Fuck. Oh yeah, no, I can give that information. So that is 3,233 unique viewers. And of those viewers, I had 210 subscribers. I can give that information. I can't tell you exactly how much I earned from those subscribers, but I can give you the information of that I had 210 in February. Okay? Well. Okay, next we have the 4-week period in January where I was actively running. I'm going to move over here a little bit so I can see the stats a little bit better. Where I was actively running yeah, that's right. Where I was actively running mid-roll adverts, so 3 minutes of adverts every single hour in order to get rid of pre-rolls, okay? So, we have 56 hours. Ooh, hello. I just opened a new tab. Do it that way. Do it that way. There we go. It's 56 hours and 43 minutes, so a few hours less than what I streamed in February. Few hours less than what I streamed in February. 3,342 unique viewers, so a few, like an extra 100 unique viewers in January than February. My average viewership was 85. I had 61 follows, and I had 353 unique chatters. So my average viewers was significantly higher running mid-roll ads in that period. My viewership, my time streamed was significantly, well, a few hours lower. I think maybe I missed one stream, and that would account for it. And I had slightly higher unique viewers. I can also tell you in that period of time, I also had 210 subscribers. Or did I? Oh no, it doesn't give me that information. That's a lie. I currently have 210 subscribers, in which case I can't give you the information about how many subscribers I had during that period of time. Never mind. Your viewers are anything but average. That's very, very true. So with this information, what have you, the mid-roll ads that I got, and this is the big difference from my perspective. Yeah, get the right thingy. There we go. Okay. Is there. So for the period of 4th of January to the 31st of January, exactly 4 weeks, just like February, in the same period of time, ads wise, they would have been showing more or less the same amount of ads, more or less the same value of ads. I earned $45.44. $36.10 of that was from advertising, and $9.34 of that was from Twitch Turbo. So running pre-rolls, I have got less average viewers, less unique viewers, slightly more hours, and I earned a quarter, more or less a quarter of what I earned running mid-rolls. It might be a lie, you can't tell. There's an off chance that it could have been the same. There's an off chance for sure. You see that info just on another page, just not the engagement page, but on the earnings page. So the earnings page, I've got them up as well, but every single time I change the time period, it doesn't change my subscribers. It tells me I've got exactly the same subscribers, exactly the same amount of subscribers for all of the different time periods which is incorrect because my subscribers definitely fluctuates quite huge. Yeah, I don't know. Not entirely sure what's going on there. But it's not changing them. Not changing them. I do have the stats for these. So for those two, we'll talk about December in a minute. That seems like such a drastic difference. All right, it gets worse than that. It gets worse than that, Alexandra. But if you think about it, it makes sense. It makes sense because people are getting 30 seconds of adverts. I mean, say I run a 5-hour stream. Tuesdays and Wednesdays, I tend to run a 5-hour stream, but generally speaking. So wait to think. Yeah, like 5-hour stream, 5 times 3, 15 minutes worth of adverts versus 30 seconds worth of adverts. Each person in January that didn't have a subscription throughout January would have got 10 to 15 minutes worth of adverts throughout the stream versus 30 seconds of adverts at the beginning of the stream and no other adverts, unless of course they refresh the page or I ran manual adverts or what have you. So yeah, January, a much larger chunk of is turbo also. Yes, yeah. There's a big amount of turbo users there. Now obviously the issue with analyzing this kind of data is the fact that there are massive fluctuations in stuff. People not having the money to subscribe in January and then choosing to subscribe in February. People, like I had Valentine's Day in February, which I didn't have it in January. There are definitely extras and variations in there, but obviously the only information I can really give is from the ballpark figures that I have the information for. Do you know what I mean? Did Twitch tell you the rate for ads? Because post-Christmas, New Year's, there's a huge drop in the amount of pay on YouTube. So that is definitely impacting it next Zebra. And we'll talk about that because I have also, as a point of comparison, I have also taken 4 weeks of December, which is the run up to Christmas, which you will see the difference it makes. You will see, I'm very, very open about the difference it makes. Whilst giving this information, because I like to be honest and open. I like people to know that I'm honest and open about this kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? What I can tell you is comparing February to January, I had more paid subscribers, so more people using their own money to pay for subscriptions in February over January. So I had more people buy about $50 worth in February opposed to January. So more people paid for subscriptions out of their own money during the pre-roll experiment. I had less gifted subs in February versus January, again by about $50. And I had more bits thrown at me in February over January by about $60. So ballpark figures there, information given. So more paid subs, less gifted subs, and more bits in February versus January. So this amount here is what have you. I can also tell you that my overall earnings for January versus February, so everything included, so this includes paid subs, primes, gifted subs, bits, power-ups, ads, turbo, hype chat, extensions, bounties. I don't have any fucking bounties, but everything included, absolutely fucking everything included, I earned approximately $60 more in January versus February. So even though there is a significant amount less here. I've earned a quarter of what I would in February. I earned a quarter in February of what I would in January. In regards to overall earnings, I'm only down $60 in February over January. Despite losing, in fact, yeah, despite losing, despite not having anywhere near as many adverts. And don't forget that February being pre-rolls means less adverts, but it also means less of a cut. These people, like in February, I would have only taken 30% of my of the ad revenue, where in January I would have taken 55%. You're parking your balls? Absolutely. Absolutely. So they don't tell you the rates for the ads exactly. But they do tell you, or do they? Let me have a look. I don't think so. I don't think they give you, because the thing is that they can't guarantee what ads are going to be on there. No, it just tells you.
Kind.
Well, hello there, Valen.
Mayor Whitefire, how you doing, you beautiful man? Thank you very much for this up. Give me 2 seconds while I just finish my chain of thought, and I'll be right with you. And now the thought's gone. Yeah, they don't give you the exact information for how much you earn per advert, because it's so variable depending on where you are in the world, depending on where your viewers are in the world, because obviously all you as viewers get to see your own adverts relative to your location or relative to where your VPN says you are, if you're using a VPN, etc. But they do tell you that if you run 3 minutes of adverts on the regular every hour using their ad manager, then you get 55% of the ad revenue. If you do pre-roll adverts, so 30 seconds of adverts when somebody first walks in and then no more adverts, then you only earn 30% of those, of that ad revenue. Okay. Mayor Whitefire, let me get rid of these for a minute while I inscribe your name on the mirror vein. What I'll also do, friends, is I'll try and cut up this VOD once I'm done, so that I can make it into like a YouTube video to try and give people like a more concise information on it. Do you know what I mean? No worries. See you later, Eric. You take it easy, beautiful bean. The VOD will be available if you're interested, but obviously if you're clocking out, then that's fair. This is very much a stats and industry fucking stream. Do you know what I mean? It's very much one of those things where it's like, I'm interested in the industry, and if you're interested in the industry as well and you're a streamer, then maybe you'll allow me to do the experiment for you. Do you know what I mean? By having your name on the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Oh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? You know? I'm not an expert, but I've heard pre-rolls are less useful for getting new viewers, from a dude who mostly streams and uploads political content, also UK-based. Next Zebra, so at the very beginning of the stream, before you all raided in, we talked about the fact that when they brought around the ads manager, let me pull these back up so people can see them. When they brought around the ads manager, when they first talked about the ads manager, they very much pushed the narrative. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, because I haven't seen the statistics. I haven't seen the studies that they did on this, or what have you, but they pushed the narrative saying that when a person is first greeted with an advert, when they click on a stream and the first thing they do is they get an advert, they are likely to click off it immediately. They are likely to click off it because they don't want to have to deal with a fucking advert, which I can completely fucking understand. But a lot of people also didn't know, or they didn't publicize the fact that if you sit through those 30 seconds of adverts, then you can watch the entire fucking stream without any other interruptions, unless you refresh the page or there's a glitch in the player or what have you. You won't see any other adverts. We do 30 seconds of pre-roll adverts for completely ad-free viewing for the rest of the stream, versus no pre-roll adverts, getting in, saying hi, see what's going on, and then getting 3 minutes of adverts every single hour. It's an interesting one. inside baseball stream. What? What? I've been a streamer, so it's interesting, but not that interesting. That's fair. That is entirely fair. I knew that this was going to be one of those streams where some people just weren't interested, and that's perfectly fine. I am no criticism, not a single bit of criticism. For true comparison, I will need to know what you were wearing in each stream per month. We know the vest draws in the crowd. Yeah. What can I say? I should wear a suit more often, evidently, Greedo. You know what I mean? Certainly now that it's a fucking Scream movie advert, so I'll be confined to places that I sub to. Yeah, that's the thing, Sembar. That is the dynamic of one of the major issues with Twitch's advertisements is the fact that they don't filter those adverts. So you get a random advert from a random selection of adverts, and some of them could be horror adverts that you are absolutely fucking averse to. They could be baby related adverts that you are not fucking interested. There should be no baby related adverts on my stream ever, but there will be. Do you know what I mean? Before I leave, another second of love, the red suit. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Eric. Appreciate that. Oh, Gecko the Dev asking me a sex ed question. We can take a momentary break from the ad revenue talk before I get into the comparisons to December to answer that question. Pillion 2025 is a Gay Gangster movie about a biker BDSM relationship with overly obedient sub compared with an emotionally imbalanced dom. Do you think it's good to get the movie about get movies? Whoop.
Yeah, you subscribed.
Lux.
Missed kind.
Lux, you cheeky devil. I'll be with you in 2 seconds. Give me a minute. There's just a lot of things going on at the moment. Thank you very much for giving 3 months of tier 1 sub to Sembar. That's very, very kind of you, beautiful bean. And I very, very much appreciate extra because of the fact that Sembar does so fucking much for me. So thank you very, very much for that. Sembar, I'll be with you in 2 seconds. Let me just answer this question first. Do you think it's good to get movies about topics like this, or is it more problematic that BDSM in movies is all almost often or linked to problematic antagonistic characters? I think it's very good to have movies that talk about this stuff. I am aware of the fact that Pillion's all about a very submissive person. I'm really keen to see it. I haven't seen it yet.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
Damn it, Alexandra! You fucking knew. You were waiting for it. I think it's really, really good to have representation. I would prefer more accurate representation. However, from what I've seen of the behind the scenes stuff of Pillion, there's been a lot of thought put into it, even if it does talk about emotionally imbalanced doms. What I will also say is I am all too aware of the fact that emotionally imbalanced people definitely exist in the BDSM scene. It's like when we talk about like 50 Shades of Grey, for example, I will be the first person to turn around and say that 50 Shades of Grey is a terrible example of a BDSM dynamic. I will also be the first person to say that it is far more of a dynamic of abuse. But I will also say, like, I'm not going to shy away from the fact that 50 Shades of Grey...
You subscribed. Missed kind.
Thank you very much, Eric, for gifting a sub to the community. You said you were leaving. You cheeky devil. I will also not shy away from the fact that 50 Shades of Grey also opened the doors for so many people, like hundreds and hundreds, maybe even thousands and thousands of people, to ask questions about their sex life, to ask questions about their BDSM, to ask questions about the dynamics, the interest. The thing is, it opened a door to so many fucking people because it was there, because people could see it. So completely understand that it would be nice to have more balanced representation of BDSM in stuff like Preaching to the Perverted, for example, as opposed to The Secretary, as opposed to 50 Shades of Grey, as opposed to I haven't seen Pillion, so I can't really comment on that. I haven't seen 50 Shades of Grey. I know that the emotional balancing is bad with the dominant character in Pillion. I still think that the representation opens doors. It makes people ask questions. It makes people ask questions of themselves as well as of the industry itself. And I'm really looking forward to it. I was not looking forward to... Well, I haven't seen 50 Shades of Grey because I have no fucking interest in it whatsoever. But I am looking forward to seeing Pillion. I'm really looking forward to seeing how they work that angle. You know what I mean? Right. I hope that answers your question. I would like to see more balanced representation, but I'm also not going to shy away from the fact that there's an awful lot of people within the BDSM scene, within the kink scene, that are imbalanced themselves. And yeah, that can be a whole thing. Metal Dice Maiden, are you still here, you beautiful being? Also, oh my lordy. Oh my god, I've got to turn these all off again. What have we got? Eric Nagarius gifting a sub to the community there, and also Lux Lucis Addo gifting 3 months of a tier 1 sub to Senbar there. Oh my lordy. And second one. By having your names upon the mirror of Veiny means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil, and of course, you get access to the treasure... No, not the treasure train, fuck. The discounted merchandise and the sexy little emotes. Really fucked that one up, didn't I? But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But god damn, do I make rough look good? Sexy, yes, me, you know? That's very, very kind of you, beautiful beings. And yes, there is a bloody treasure train going on because Alexandra Griffin redeemed cheap brat train earlier on today, which means that all of the settings for the brat train become the lowest possible settings. So proud. Couldn't find the... Oh, it's a treasure train? So 35... Oh, no, fucking... Fuck that. We had a hype train that was started earlier on today, purely because people were so enthusiastic with their dad jokes. Literally happened. They were so enthusiastic with their dad jokes. God damn it.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it.
Oh. We have another choo-choo.
No, we don't.
With all those dad jokes.
No.
Should stroke it like a DILF's impromptu erection.
No.
What? They need strokes and tugged and helped to explode.
Well, this one exploded a little early, didn't it? This one exploded a little early. Friends, if you have got hype train emotes, could you please throw them out now? Say a massive thank you to all those people that subbed, that gifted sub, that threw all those little bitties out there on the treasure train of all things. That's super fucking kind of you. Thank you so much, friends. I really, really appreciate that. That is very kind, too bloody kind, when I'm in the middle of chatting about business stuff. That's very, very kind of you. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Mini partner, I'm considering getting back into streaming, so I found this very interesting. Shame I joined 3 hours late. That's why, mini partner. Like I said, the VOD will be available, and if I've got time, I will download the VOD and try and edit it into a more concise, like a more concise video, so just for people's information. Do you know what I mean? He mostly streams on YouTube, only Twitch once per week. So, yep, platform differences. Yes, yeah. There are major. The streaming experience on Twitch is better than on YouTube. The live streaming experience on Twitch is better than YouTube. The ad revenue is better on YouTube than it is on Twitch. There's a whole load of stuff that goes into it. The nature of your content does greatly benefit from no mandatory interruptions. You making ends meet. No one can tell you how much $60 is worth to you. Absolutely. But the thing is, Classic Gary, I completely agree with what you're saying, 110%. But I will say that my income is so varied, so unbelievably varied, that and it's even worse because the American president has fucked the American dollar so much that $60. It's not that $60 doesn't mean anything to me, because it means a cosmic fuck ton to me. It really, really does. But I can't rely on that anyway, if that makes sense. Because some months I will be extremely fucking humbled to fuck by the kindness of this community, and I will earn like nearly $2,000, which equates out to like $1,500, say, you know? Other months, people will not be able to spend the money. They will not be able, because all of my money comes from this community and what have you. They will not be able to be as gracious, as kind, and what have you. And that's not any fault of their own. It's just they've got other priorities in their life. And as a result, I might earn $500 or $600. I think the biggest differentiation that I've ever had in my entire streaming history was 1 month I earned just north of $3,000, and the following month I earned $540, thereabouts. So there is no stability. So I'm not going to turn around and say that $60 doesn't mean anything, because it fucking does. I would absolutely happily take the extra $60 for sure. But I'm also not denying the fact that the variation in the months is wild at the moment. Not to mention the fact that, like I said, the American dollar, because we all get paid in dollars, is so variable that I could earn $1,100 and that would exchange out to £700, which back in 2020, back when I first started streaming, 2020, end of 2020, beginning of 2021, that was kind of a 1-for-1. So I would get $1,500 or $1,100, and I would be paid $10.50 in Great British pounds. So it's really, really variable. As a result, I don't take any money for granted. I don't take any money for granted. I am very, very lucky that I am able to make this my full-time career. I am very, very lucky that I have such a wonderful community that choose to spend their money on me. And I consider it to be luck and fortune, and I'm very grateful for it. But I definitely don't take it for granted. At all. North American slang term inside baseball refers to the minutiae and the detailed inner workings of a system that only interesting to appreciated by experts inside. Okay, I see, Tabby. Thank you very much for explaining that. It's not sex ed directly. Might have misunderstood. No, you're good. That works. It's reference. I get it. Absolutely, Gecko. Not a problem. Still a good movie. Just wish to see Kinksters on the screen to get happy endings. Puns intended. Only movie I know that is a positive ending is The Secretary. Yeah, but The Secretary, is two massively unhinged people. That's a pretty awful representation of how BDSM should be. The difference is that in like 50 Shades of Grey, it's like, this is how BDSM is, whereas with The Secretary, it's like, this is unhinged, and they happen to get that unhinged dynamic out through the medium of BDSM. That's the way that works, you know? Got Harry melling it, so good for me. Fair. Predator Train safe 35. God damn it, Phoenix defense. I'm not here. I saw you. 50 Shades is our culture, in our culture simply to glorify abuse, but it was a gateway media for people to consider BDSM. So some good comes from bad. Well, I wouldn't say it was simply to glorify abuse, but the thing with 50 Shades of Grey is the fact that it's a fan fiction. It's a fan fiction of a toxic relationship. And like, it's a fan fiction of Twilight. And Twilight is a very, very old, horrifically possessive, horrifically toxic vampire that's crushing on a teenage girl. And when you view it from that perspective, I wouldn't say that it's glorifying abuse. I would say that it's a fantastic representation of a horrifically abusive relationship. But when you realize that it's based on an abusive relationship in a teen drama, it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That certainly makes sense. You know? I feel like bad representations opens the door for good representations. Absolutely. Good representation, preaching to the perverted. If you want to check out a movie that is good representation and a happy ending of a BDSM or kink dynamic, Preaching to the Perverted. It was early 1990s British film about a BDSM club and the government trying to infiltrate that BDSM club. Fantastic. Absolutely fucking fantastic. feeling it ends on a really good note, just justifies some of the bad stuff, but definitely an uncomfortable watch. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to it, honestly. Beautifully shot through a 24 cinema. Oh, love that. Love that. Bob Bushman, how you doing? How's it going? So our movie representing my experience in BDSM, I would have been an hour-and-a-half discussion on the nature of consent, and if previously given consent is revoked when someone is asleep, drunk, otherwise reduced, then 20 minutes of negotiating followed by maybe 5 minutes of play as a finale. Yeah. Absolutely. But the other thing is that we've also got to remember, and this is something very, very important when it comes to those types of movies, and I am about to jump back onto, like, just be careful, friends. We're not going to get too far into this discussion because I do want to finish off the conversation about advertising.
Flee!
Like I initially wanted to. Oh my lordy, ladies and gentlemen, all gents outside between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the Raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage, I tell you, the bloody outrage. Hello, you beautiful individuals. Welcome on in to the Cult of Vain, the home of hedonism here. How's it going, Crow? How you doing? Thank you so much for bringing your beautiful people here. We are in the middle of a discussion. Well, we're taking a bit of a step away from we are talking about today adverts on Twitch. So if you're a streamer, then you might enjoy hanging around. If you're not, then that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly all right. That's cool. That's all right. But welcome on in. People from my stream, go and check out the glorious Crow Alternative. Look at that. Doing some Deadlock. How are you finding Deadlock? How's it going, Deadlock? You need to run. Go commit piss. Go commit piss. Go do the thing. Looking lush. Thank you very much, Anatomy of Zedrin. I appreciate that. Today was just a day that I really fancied wearing a suit. So I went for the three-piece maroon suit. Three-piece maroon suit. You might know a streamer or two. Exactly. Just a streamer or two. One of the lots. But welcome on in, friends. People from my stream, go check out Crow. Crow is chaotic, preposterous, shenanigans, outrage, on the nose, fucking, yeah, just absolute chaos gremlin of a human being, and I fucking love them for it. Absolutely fucking love them for it. But they are glorious and spectacular, and they genuinely deserve all the love and appreciation. If you like chaos, you like weird-ass fucking games, you like tabletop roleplay shit, and nerdisms with excessive enthusiasm and slight levels of unhingedness, then you will probably enjoy Crow's streams. Friends, if you happen to be new here, two things you need to know about this channel. One, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. Two, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for I'm a colossal filth wizard. I don't be corrupting the ears of the young. It's not what I'm about. I don't think you will be, because you were just in Crow's stream, but on the off chance that you are under the age of 18, I ask you to leave. Come back when you're 18. We'll have a good laugh. We'll have a good laugh. But we are talking today about an experiment I did with adverts, where I ran for 4 weeks in February. I ran pre-roll adverts, which is 30 seconds of adverts when somebody first joins a stream, and then no adverts afterwards. And you get 30% of the revenue of those adverts that you do run at the beginning of the stream. Or versus mid-roll adverts, which I compared to 4 weeks in January, where I ran 3 minutes of adverts every single hour. You get 55% of those adverts, 55% revenue of the ad revenue, excuse me, and you get no pre-rolls. So nobody gets an advert as they join, providing you do indeed run them every single hour. Do you know what I mean? But we took a mild hiatus while we talked about BDSM movies. But we're going to get back to the advert thing in a second. To follow the dollar in the last 3 months has cost me around 20% of my not safe for work game revenue, since a lot of my audience from the US. Not only is Orange Baby bad leader, but literally, oh yeah, absolutely. Gecko, all of my, I'd say 95 to 96% of my income is based in the US dollar. As in, all the companies that I work for and do work with pay in dollar. And as a result, I am losing, again, 20% there or thereabouts. Purely because of the fact that I get paid in dollars. To the point where, with some of the side projects that I've got, I am literally getting them put into a dollar bank account so that I can have a bit of a backup for the stuff that I don't immediately need, the money I don't immediately need, which is very, very little of them. money that I do get that I am able to put away in dollar, I can wait until the dollar picks back up again before I transfer it into GBP. Hopefully 20%. Yeah, so James, as a point of comparison, if I get paid like $1,100 or say a grand from Twitch, it's like $1,000 on Twitch for 1 month, and this is my full-time job for people that are not aware. If I get paid like $1,000 on Twitch, that will equate to just north of $700, maybe $740, 740 Great British pounds. Whereas back in 2021, it was near enough 1 for 1. So a grand would be like 950 in GBP. It's pretty wild. Pretty fucking wild. But also, welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? I saw somebody new here as well. The Booty of Blaviken. Welcome on in. We have fun over there. You bloody well do. I've seen it many, many times. Seen it many, many, many times. Sue's looking lush. I appreciate that. I appreciate that so very much. I mostly don't bother running them where I can. So this is what the experiment is, Crow. In regards to ads, this is what the experiment is. So I've done the experiment so other people don't have to, and then in this stream we're literally talking about like how that affects us. And I've gone through all of my earnings as well in regards to like the different streams. So these are the stats for February. I had an average viewers 74, average 74 viewers, unique viewers 3233, streamed for nearly 60 hours, and I earned $12.79 in ad revenue. Compared to January, 4 weeks in January the 4th to January the 31st, where I had 85 average viewers, 3342, so more or less the same unique viewers, streamed for 4 hours.
Eric Megarius is being far too kind.
Eric!
Confound them.
Eric, you cheeky devil, what are you doing, Eric? What are you doing? Can I get some egos in chat? Say a massive thank you to Eric. Eric, the stream, the dono goal is done. It's done. It's completed. It is 112% now. What the fuck? What the actual dickens? This isn't legal currency. Beat the system. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Eric. I appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you, you beautiful bean. Fucking hell. Amazing. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much, you beautiful individual. I really, really appreciate that. Well, yeah, so the comparison is to January, where I had 85 average viewers, 3342 thingies, streamed like 4 hours less. There or thereabouts, 3 or 4 hours less. And I earned $45.44. The reason why I did it in January and February is because 4 weeks in January and 4 weeks in February has more or less the same ad income.
Most kind.
Hurricane, you beautiful being coming in with the prime. I really, really appreciate that. When I say same ad income, I mean the amount of money that companies are willing to pay for adverts is more or less the same in January and February versus like December. And I'm going to show you December in a minute. I'm going to show you how much I earned from ads. I don't believe that I can tell people exactly how much I earned per month because I can't remember what the monetization agreement says. What I can tell you is the difference between February and January in regards to overall earnings. I earned about $60 less in February versus how much I earned in January. Oh my lordy. Hurricane coming in with the prime. Thank you very much for that, you beautiful being. I have your name upon the mirror evading means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good?
Subscribed.
Oh my lordy, Eric as well gifting a sub to Anita was here. I appreciate that. Anita was here. been gifted a sub from the wonderful Eric there. That's very kind of him. Your name is also inscribed upon the mirror vein. You get discounted merch. Get access to the Snapchat, but not the bum Snapchat. You get access to all the sexy little emotes. But most important thing is you got to roll over every morning. Okay, Anita? Every morning, roll over and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes. Meow. You know? It's the only way to do it. Problem solved. Well, this is where we were. This is what the question is, and the question I'm going to be putting to you after I have told you about my December income and what have you, is whether it is worth having pre-rolls versus worth having mid-rolls. And we'll talk about that. And do you know what? I will actually put it to all of you, because that is the way. I like it. But first, oh yeah, the other thing that I was saying is I can say that I earned more from paid subscribers, less from gifted subscribers, and more from bitties in February versus January. Again, can't give you exact amounts, but I can give you that information. How's it going, Starship Swifty? How you doing? Let me catch up a wee bit. Consequences, marketing, like stability. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, for sure. Anita was here. Welcome on in. The ironically can't talk about the thing is, yes, so I'm running, at the moment, I am running pre-roll adverts, which is 30 seconds of adverts, in order to get rid of mid-roll adverts, which means that the difference is that a pre-roll advert will, by watching 30 seconds of pre-rolls, you don't see any adverts for the rest of the stream. Whereas mid-rolls, you don't get any pre-roll, but you see 3 minutes of adverts every hour. Just in case, bringing people up to speed. Is there a bum Snapchat? I mean, there is for tier 4 subscribers. I mean, is that how I solve my problems? Well, we'll find out. I've done this experiment so other people don't have to. Do you know what I mean? What happens if you do both? It's Peter, not Pete. As in, so you can, within the stats, because we at the very beginning of this, like the section where we talked about the adverts, I went through the ad settings, and it is possible to run up to 22.5 minutes of adverts every hour. So that's 3 minutes of adverts every 8 minutes. You can also stop your subscribers from being ad-free, which means that they will have to watch ads as well. And if you can also force pre-roll adverts so that people come in and they're going to see adverts as well. If you really want to like maximize the amount of money you get from adverts, but I can guarantee you that if you do that, there's a good chance that you will lose your entire community in about a week. So it is possible. What I will say though is for February, this money here, I ran pre-roll adverts. But when I went for a break myself, when I went to go make a cup of tea and go for a piss, I knew I was going to be gone for 3 minutes. So I was like, cool, I'll run 3 minutes of adverts in that time. And that gets rid of an hour's worth of pre-rolls. And then it goes back to pre-rolls. I think is that the question you were asking? How's it going, Dutch Jamona? Doing all right. Just trying to crack on with the subject, but doing very, very well. Thank you very much. Lurking in the shadows, not hiding, just savoring the suspense while I spin sin into symphonies. Every beat a temptation, every drop a delicious rebellion, care to dance with the devil, always. Always, do you know what I mean? Not bad, I'm glad to hear it. Does the difference in bits and subs make up the ad difference? No. If we can take the comparison there, so the difference between January and February in ad revenue was what? That's what? $30? $32, $31.50. Let's say $32, thereabouts. The difference between the two of them is this one was $60 less than this one. So, no, is the answer. By about $30. By about $30. I can say that if I had got the same amount of gifted subs in February as I had in January, and this isn't a judgment, this isn't me asking, this is just a pure point of statistical relevance, then I would have earned... Oh, that would have made up the $30 that I lost from there. So yeah, the place where I tended to lose the money. Oh no, because that kind of makes sense. Oh no, it is the answer. No, it doesn't. Not by much. But I think the question is it worth me, if it's a better viewing experience to run pre-rolls and therefore more people are going to show up in the long run, then it might be worth it in the long run. It might be worth taking the less money in the early days in order to go for the long run. Do you know what I mean? I was interested if it was worth you running both pre-rolls and mid-roll ads, but it doesn't sound like... Oh, not at all. Not even slightly. That's a very, very quick way to turn people off your stream entirely. Pete or not Pete. Absolutely. It's a way to make money, but you will probably find that many, many people will just abandon your stream. They don't want to hit an advert when they first come in and then hit an advert every 3 minutes after, every hour after that. 3 minutes of adverts every hour after that. Okay, you ready for December? So, 1 4-second pre-roll today. So the pre-rolls are 30 seconds worth of adverts. Some of them will be full screen adverts. Some of them will be side adverts like banners and under the bottom or what have you. Some of them will be above the chat and stuff like that. There's a whole load of stuff. There are also ways around the adverts that are features that Twitch put in. But if I've got time, then I'll show you how to do that at the very end. How am I going to do that? I could do it on there. Yeah, I could do it on there. Okay. A bum advert. Exactly, Eric. Exactly. So December, the December stats. So I did 60 hours. Just over 60 hours in December. December was a weird month for me anyway, because I was doing the Christmas parade, so it was a whole thing. I had 4,197 unique views. My average viewership was 81, so slightly less than January in December, but definitely more unique viewers. Got more follows, 77 follows, and more unique chatters, 471. So December was a good month overall. Slightly less in average viewers, but overall it was a good month for stuff. Does anyone want to take a guess how much they think I earned in ad revenue? I was running mid-roll ads, so I was running 3 minutes of adverts every hour for 60 hours. In the middle of December, which November and December are the highest paying ad things, and I was at 55% of that. Anyone want to take a guess? 85? $85? $150? Okay. $75 T-Bay? Yeah. Any more for any more? People just lurking in? No, it's alright. It's okay. I'll give you 5, 4, 3, 2, $69, like it. 2, $90, okay. $1 bajillion. Gecko, I will refund your ask you an industry question. You're just trying to use your points, aren't you? That's what's going on here. That's what's going on here. I'll refund that. I'll give you those points back. T-Bay was pretty much bang on the money. Pretty much bang on the money there. With this was 4 weeks of December as well. This isn't like the full month of December. This is the 1st of December to the 28th of December. So 1st of December to the 28th of December, which is 4 weeks of December. And I earned $73.20, which is $62 on ads and $11.15 on Turbo, which is not quite double. Maybe 1.5 times what I earned in January. How's it going, Goggle Veritas? How you doing? You tipsy and silly? I got you. 696969. I wish. Bearing in mind that also, once again, that the adverts are extremely, it's a hard, this is the major problem with running this experiment is there is so much variability. So much variability. So, depending on viewers, depending on where those viewers are in the world or where their VPN says they are in the world, depending on the budget of the advertisers, depending on how many ads they actually see that are fully screen ads versus banner ads at the bottom or banner ads down the side or ones that appear above chat or what have you. There are so many variations and variables in the experiment which skews the data. Do you know what I mean? I'm not a big person for data anyway. I fucking hate numbers and I hate details and it really annoys me. But there is an awful lot there. We're doing the best we can with what we've got.
Hand it to it.
Valen, let's see how smart you are if tomorrow is Saturday. Yesterday was what day?
If tomorrow is Saturday, yesterday was Sunday. But yesterday was Sunday. Yesterday was Sunday. Or Thursday. One of the two. What's interesting about December in comparison to... Also, thank you very much for the 131 panderings, by the way, Europap. I really appreciate that. What's interesting in comparison to January and February is I actually got significantly less paid subscribers in December, as in people paying out their own money to pay for their own subscription. But I did get significantly more gifted subscriptions and biddies in December. A lot of people throwing biddies and gift subs around, which was very, 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 very kind of them. But less paid subscribers. And paid subscribers build us up to getting that 60-40 split and the 70-30 split and what have you. So there's a whole thing going on there. But yeah, so you can earn, even with my averages of like 80 to, well, mid 70s to mid 80s, like 75 to 85 viewers across these 3 months, you can earn quite a significant amount of money. $73 is not something to scoff at by any stretch of the imagination. But it's not as much as many people would have expected by any stretch of the imagination. And the real question is then, is it worth getting a significant amount less money in order to have a better viewer experience? But then the real question then becomes, is it a better viewer experience? And that's where you beautiful people coming in. You beautiful people coming in. New poll. Ads. Opinions. Question mark. Do you prefer pre-rolls no extra ads? Or do you have mid-rolls, more money for stream? Oh. I'll just put more money. Add muns. I'll just put the $sign. Can I do the $sign? Oh, do you know what? I'll add a don't care. Start poll. 5 minutes. Go for it. No extra points. Just, I want your bare-faced opinions. Do you know what I mean? So do you prefer, as your viewer, and I'm not talking about me as a streamer, I'm preferring you as a viewer, do you prefer to get 30 seconds of adverts at the beginning and then get no adverts for the rest of the stream, unless there's like a break and you're not missing anything? Or do you prefer that the streamer gets more money and you don't mind having the 3 minutes every hour, even if it means things being interrupted? because obviously the ad timer is not always perfect. Sometimes things get interrupted. Sometimes I don't realize the ads are running. You know what I mean? There's a whole lot of things. Or do you just not give a flying fuck? It's entirely up to you. Because if we look at the January and February stats, I definitely had a less average viewers and I had less unique chatters, which means that more people probably, or unique views, which means that more people probably clicked in, got an advert, and then clicked away again. That doesn't mean that they will do all the time, you know? Some ads pop up and then some don't. My ad blocker sometimes works, not on the site that it seems, but I always accept the ads. Well, we were talking about ad blockers before. So ad blockers are a double-edged sword in the regards that you don't get any ads, but then if you don't see any ads, then the streamer doesn't get any revenue from those adverts. Just doesn't get any. On top of that, if you have a subscription to a channel, it can sometimes collide with your ad blocker. And sometimes, even if you got a subscription, you will see ads because your subscription goes, you shouldn't see ads. And your ad blocker goes, you shouldn't see ads. And they go, oh, but fuck. And they cancel each other out effectively. You know? Fun fact from my industry, the company I make games for in the daytime makes more than 40% of all their revenue in Christmas because kids in average have 2 points. They get our toys their birthdays and Christmas. And since birthdays are completely chaotic and distributed, but Christmas is a nuke, and they also grow a number of adult fondling the bricks also aligns with Christmas. Absolute nuclear time to be in the company. We have a fake internal dress rehearsal at Christmas. That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me at all. That's like, like the desire for things, exactly. You get 40% of your whole annual revenue. My brain's falling asleep now, so I'm struggling to keep it going. But yeah, the 40% of the annual revenue just at Christmas time. I think that that company will not be the only one either that gets that for sure. Gifted subs do cannibalize your self-sub numbers. It's inevitable. Twitch likes that because it kills a lot of the Twitch Prime usage too. Yes. Yeah. It does, yeah. That is very, very true. Although with Twitch Prime, you're just going to use it somewhere else. But it does eat away at the people that could self-sub themselves and therefore take us closer to like to the 60-40 split and shit like that. Really, you need a long period for sampling to try account for the variations, but considering that it potentially impacts your income, yeah, it does. But I would like to say before the poll is complete that I am open to continuing the experiment. I am open to continuing doing just pre-rolls if that's what people prefer. They don't mind watching 30 seconds of adverts in order to get completely unfiltered access for the rest of the stream. I am happy to continue the experiment and see how we get on, and then maybe check in like 4 or 5 months time, see how it goes. If ads were more interesting, then yeah, but ads suck. They aren't interesting or cool. No, they are pretty boring. If you could choose the ads, it would be better. Yep, but we definitely can't. Not on this platform anyway. As a viewer, I do not like pre-rolls at all. When new streamers have them, I almost never stick around, which I can completely get, Sweet Beat. But then it's the question then becomes, do you prefer having mid-roll ads? Is the 30 seconds of adverts as you join the stream so infuriating that you are prepared to put up with 3 minutes of adverts every single hour to a channel that you're not subscribed to? And I don't think there's a right answer. Okay, all right, interesting. So 63% of you said do your mid-rolls and get more ad money for myself, so 55% of the ad revenues. 23% of you said pre-rolls, you don't want to have the ad interruptions throughout the stream. And then 13% of you said I don't care. Okay, interesting. Thank you very much for your input, by the way, friends. I really appreciate that. Gives me a lot to think about. Anyone, if anyone's got any thoughts on the entire process as people are sharing them now, I would really appreciate them, because it helps me make my decision, helps me share that information with other streamers as well. Kind of depends. Some streamers like yourself are really good at pausing during ad breaks, so I don't feel like you're missing anything with mid-rolls. Yeah, I can understand that. Mid-rolls give me a chance to have a break while they play. Okay. Of all the ad variations, I prefer it if it was banner ads the most. We get the option of banner ads, and I have turned on banner ads, and but it doesn't tell me how frequently those banner ads are, Swifty, unfortunately. I think pre-rolls push new people out. That is my personal experience as a viewer, and you are not alone with that by any stretch of the imagination, Sweet Pea. I know quite a few people who say that if the first thing that they meet when they get into a stream is pre-rolls, they immediately click out. Even though, for all intensive purposes, it would give you a better viewing, like a better viewing experience as a viewer to persevere through those 30 seconds of adverts. It's interesting. And again, there's no right or wrong answer here. I'm putting the question to you as viewers, because I know my view, I know the data that I've collected and what have you, but I need to know more. Do you know what I mean? More viewers in general means more potential for non-ad revenue. You mentioned like bits. Yeah, exactly. Very much so. But in accordance with the data that we have so far, at the very least, there are less viewers when I run pre-rolls versus when I run mid-rolls. Do you know what? I'm going to do another poll. New poll. I'll just do this one as like, I'll do it as 3 minutes. Another poll as to whether people think I should continue the experiment for another month to march with pre-rolls and then make my decision at the end of March, or whether people are just like, nah, we've got enough information, start running your mid-rolls. I'm putting it to you. At the end of the day, I want streamers to get the most money, but sometimes it sucks when there's no acknowledgement of incoming ads or interruptions. Interrupt something, because I'd rather pay to sub than just pay for Twitch Turbo. Yeah, I get that. Don't like pre-rolls. When I wanted to join a stream to see what was going on, the last thing I want is to sit through adverts just to start. Yeah, that's the thing. I think you're right in thinking, like, overall, it will put off new people, because a new person could see me in a suit and be like, what the fuck's this guy all about, and then click on and be like, yeah, I'm fucking good, I'm all right, I'm sweet, I don't need to fucking see this. Do you know what I mean? Don't want to miss out on what was discussed in stream, so I mute the pre-roll ads and then I can focus after that. Yeah, that makes sense. 40% of annual, if you fudge that, you might be payroll. That's true. Wish Twitch gave you more data. Yeah. The thing is that the data is so variable. So variable. Dragain Masquerade, how you doing? Honestly, thank you for wanting to do this experiment. No, my pleasure. I find the entire experience of content creation, the entire industry of content creation, fucking fascinating. I find it super, super, super interesting. And I know that it's not for everybody, but I also, not only do I know it's not for everybody, I know that it's doing an experiment like this can be super fucking intimidating, like super scary for people, because they're so used to getting a certain amount of money with 3 minutes per hour and all that jazz. So they want to do it because they want to try and see if it's good for their viewers, but they also don't want to do it because they're not sure. Like, ugh. So yeah, I'd rather just do it myself. I'm just going to do it and then give people the data, and then they can make their own decision as to whether they want to risk it for themselves, you know? Yeah, I know. How much year-to-year data do you have? How far back? Close this. Let's have a look. How far back can I go? Well, it says 1969, but I don't think that's the case. What happens if I do this? Let's go back to the first month that I ever streamed. I can go right. Whoa! I can go right back in engagement to the first month I ever streamed. Can I go right back to the first month I ever streamed in? Oh no, that's wrong. September 2018. I can indeed. So yeah, I can get information right the way back to the first date that I streamed, the first time that I streamed. What was the poll result? I missed the poll result. Hold on. Show me the result. View results. Continue the experiment. 54% of you said yes, another month. 46% of you said, nah, we good. Okay, cool. I'll do it for another month. I don't mind doing it for another month by any stretch of imagination. What would you have voted for, Lunicon? I like the idea of mid-rolls prompting breaks for streamers and viewers, but personally I have attention issues, so by the time that I am re-engaged after the ad break, it's ad break. Yeah, no, I can understand that. I can understand that, MIDI, absolutely. Came in as a raider in J stream, so I didn't get an ad coming in, haven't gotten an ad yet. So you won't get an ad, T-Base. So the way that, as we're told by Twitch, the only way that a raider is going to get an advert is if the only way that a raider is going to get an advert is if the person raids in either during a mid-roll advert or raids in just before a mid-roll advert and the mid-roll advert is about to start. So if I continue running pre-rolls, anyone that raids in here is not going to get an advert, and they won't get an advert for the rest of the stream because of the way that pre-rolls work, or the way that we're told pre-rolls work. On to stream ASMR, gaming and art. No way I could do mid-rolls for a sleepy ASMR video. Some of the options are depending on situation. Absolutely. If I was an ASMR artist, Sammy Satis, I would 110% be running pre-rolls instead of mid-rolls. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mid-roll ads are my preference, particularly with streamers who pause during them. Streamers who do not pause during them tend to stick around, or I sub if I really like the community, which is completely understandable. Absolutely, sweet beat. I try to pause during the adverts purely because I don't like people missing out on stuff. So yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, like I said, I don't think there's any right answers here. It's just right for the individuals that are involved. Do you know what I mean? Noraline, how you doing? How's it going? Just turn off my ad blocker, and I think it's the first time that I really noticed the banner ads just now. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you turning off your ad blocker because I will get 30% of the whatever the banner ads are paying for this specific advert. So I appreciate that. But also, welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? Pre-rolls stop me getting a feel for what's happening in a channel, so I move on. If I'm already engaged, I'm much more likely to sit through mid-rolls. That's fair. That is fair. Do you not find it more frustrating to be interrupted, though? Do people automatically get an advert if pre-rolls are on during a raid? No. So if pre-rolls are on during a raid, then the raiders will not get an advert. Or they shouldn't, according to what Twitch have said, get an advert at all. The only time a raider should ever get an advert is if mid-rolls are on. So all those people that have raided in one of the 3 or 4 raids that we've had today should not get adverts for the entire stream. But on the other side of things, I, as the streamer, don't get any ad revenue because they won't see any adverts, you know? And again, not saying anything is right or wrong, just pointing out the information. It's also because people who get ads when entering stream believe that it means they'll be full of ads because that's what they used to be. Yeah, that's what it used to be once upon a time. It's not that way anymore, though. I class myself as a limited Twitch viewer. I tend to watch streamers I like, only tend to drift to others through raids and likely follow at that point. With that in mind, I am often not bothered about ads as I am likely invested in the community, etc. If I can, I will sub. Not much, unfortunately, due to finances. Completely understandably agree. I get it. I get it on a personal level. However, ads gave you more money as a streamer, then I would watch the ads rather than sub. Yeah. Which I think I think because of the fact that adverts are inherently part of the lifestyle, the system that we are so used to now, it means that we're far more tolerant. Like, nobody's watching the adverts because they want to, but we're far more tolerant of adverts these days. But that's kind of the reason why I did the thingy, because I know at least 5 streamers that have never had pre-rolls on. They have always had they've never had mid-rolls on. They've always had pre-rolls. Always had pre-rolls. And they say that it's a better experience, and their entire community is completely agreeing. They're like, we'll sit through 30 seconds of adverts because we know we're getting. But I think that's where we're getting into the crux of the matter, is the fact that a community will sit through adverts for the streamer. New people will not sit through pre-roll adverts in order to check out what it's all about, because they don't want to have to sit through 30 seconds of pre-roll adverts, you know? And that's what it seems to be, is like a community. If you raid into somebody and you're like, oh my god, I really like this person, this is fucking great, and you get it, but you have to get the community first. Yeah, absolutely. So it's definitely hindering on discoverability for sure, in regards that new people aren't gonna see you unless they're from a raid. But then how much of a difference does that make when the majority of people, that I think the majority of this community, know me from raiding, you know? And again, no right answers, no wrong answers, just questions, you know? I tend to get a 50-50 luck with ads when I join a stream, either with someone I'm following, take Ellie for example, or when I join a raid that is either barely or don't get any ads at all. I get seemingly bombarded with ads when it seems to be like every 3 minutes. Oh, Jesus. Well, the most you can run, Starship Swifty, is 3 minutes of adverts every 8 minutes, as we found out. Compared to this February to last February would be also be non-trivial. So, look, get a lot of variance. Can I have a look? I can certainly have a look. I think it's going to be massively different because of the different... actually, do you know what? My community has been relatively stable for a while. Let's have a look. February 1st to February 1st to February 28th. Update. Yeah, so last year, I'm not going to pull up viewer numbers and stuff because that requires me to go look into other things. But last year, for February, running mid-roll ads, 3 minutes every hour, I streamed for 57 hours and 45 minutes, so an hour more than February this year, and I earned $47.57. That was $32.73 for ads, and then $14.84 for turbo. So more or less the same statistics as January. Effectively, comparing this February 2026 to last February 2025, I am $35 down in ad revenue. There we go. And they become kind of a viewer describe, especially since the start of COVID. Yeah. Be good, but it wouldn't have made a difference, I don't think. Yeah. I think because I think another month is sensible because of Valentine's potentially making February an outlier month. That is fair. That is fair. I think a lot about people misunderstand that. I see so many streamers apologizing that raiders may hit pre-rolls. Raiders will never get pre-rolls. But I will also say, Midi, that Twitch are not clear about it. Twitch talk about it, but they're never clear about it. The information that we get from Twitch is clear as mud the vast majority of the time, you know. I'm terribly selfish cheapskate, so ignoring ads is something that I can handle. That's fair. Shut down my ad blocker for Twitch too. Helps all streamers watch and I don't sub. Honestly, Giles, yeah. This is the thing. If you do sub, then it causes a problem. But if you don't, then it does help streamers out for sure. And I think this is the difference. Is like ad blockers, great if you're on another website where it's just faceless fucking corporations. But when it's people you actually have a connection with or you actually give a shit about, it makes a difference, right? Will viewers come from a raid see pre-roll ads? No. When a raid begins, neither the raiding creator nor their audiences see pre-roll ads upon arrival at the raided channel. Depending on the channel, some of the viewers can still receive mid-roll ads if one is actively playing when joining via raid. Yeah. Where did you get that one from, Lux? Out of interest? Is that'll be in one of the forms, but as we've discussed, we looked into a policy for something a while ago and we found 3 versions of the same policy on Twitch's website. So that's really helpful, as you can imagine, you know. Can confirm I've not gotten an ad since I've started speaking here today. Was that while the raid happened? There you go. It's rather have mid rolls as it's a good break to move, etc. Pre-rolls just feels like a turn off. Okay, cool. Most streamers I watch with ads are good at trying to time around mid rolls. If it happens to hit at a bad time, then it's not their fault. I'm fine with it. Fair. The community will support their streamer. Completely agree. Completely fucking agree. But I think the question is there, Sweet Beat, is it's all about the growth of that stream, right? So a community will support their streamer, absolutely. But is it better to have a better view? I think the crux of the matter, if we take away the money aspect of it, is it a better viewing experience to have really long streams that are undisturbed versus not hitting a pre-roll not hitting adverts when you first click on the stream, you know? I would have assumed that 30 seconds of adverts for completely undisturbed stream would have been preferable for most people. But as you say, a lot of people fucking hate adverts when they first lock into something. It gives that mentality of, well, the rest of the stream is going to be full of adverts. Oh god, I hate this shit. Or if it's somebody new, it's like, why am I fucking bothering? Fuck this noise. But the other dynamic words, come on, Val. Yeah, I think there's a psychology element in there, but also the element of like wanting to support the streamer as well, you know, especially streamers you like. You have to get into the community first. That's the thing. Exactly, Lux. You've got to get into the community for the community or a person has to get into the community for them to want to support the streamer on that dynamic, you know. This is a highly subscribed community. You aren't getting the new person vote. You are getting financial support vote. Yeah, I agree with that, Classic Gary. Mid-roll seem better to me, especially if the streamer gets more revenue for it. Plus, when an ad comes on a midway through a stream, it's a good time to get snacks or go for a pee. Yeah, okay. I think if you're streaming as a career, it can be big enough impact on discoverability that it makes doing it full-time harder, unless you have a community of whales. Yes. Yeah, okay. Or brand deals. I don't have brand deals. I'll talk about sex. I'll talk about sex. Nobody fucking puts a brand deal anywhere near me. It depends a lot on where your potential followers come from. If you have and manage, because the thing is, I do want to still grow. Like I have not finished growing. I'm not at a point where I'm like, yeah, this is where I'm stopping. Do you know what I mean? I want to keep growing. And I have been, I mean, I can literally show you. Because this information is all public, so I can give that information to you. If the website works, because it's been a bit funny recently. There we go. I can show you my average viewers overall. There's my average viewers for the entire lifetime. This is on twitchtracker.com. But as you can see, I was like building, and then falling, which is understandable because that's the post partnership drop about here. And then building a little bit, but then falling a little bit. And then building, steadily building. Are we building, what have you. So it's like I'm currently on a slow growth, but then I've had growths and dips and stuff before. So as much as I would like to keep growing, I'm very well aware of the fact that I'm kind of roller coastering between like 80 and high 50s, like throughout it, you know. Yeah, now. As a movie TV platform, also have moved it to ad-based subscriptions now, whereas before they were selling the sub based on no ads. I wonder if subscribers in general have gone back to accepting ads more, but now have hated them. I know I have hated them, but now not that bothered. Interesting. That's actually more unnerving, if anything, Grito, because it means that people are more accepting of the belligerence of adverts. The bloody belligerence of adverts. So in general, it's a big question, might not have the right answer, or at least not beyond the personal creators of circumstances, and potentially those circumstances can change. Yes. Yeah. I find it all very, very interesting. And I'm not against continuing the experiment for a little bit longer. Just to see how it goes. Same year-to-date stats is awesome to hear. Better chance to have a yearly comparison be accurate with the experiment. Yeah. I never thought about doing it that far back because I thought that my numbers would be so fucking different, but it turns out they're not at all. So I just remembered, I can't remember where I heard it from, and I know it was another streamer, but I remember hearing that more ads you run, the more your stream will be pushed. For example, ad 1 of 3 won't be pushed. It won't push your stream as much, whereas ad 1 of 12 will. Well, the thing about it is, Starship Swifty, that can't be true. I have heard that if you run mid-roll adverts, if you are on the ad manager and you run mid-roll adverts, then you are likely to be pushed because you are buying into running more adverts for Twitch, and Twitch want the money from those adverts. So they are more likely to push you. The more adverts that you run, the more they're going to push your stream. Like out to people. In regards to like adverts, in regards to 1 of 3 or versus 1 of 12, that is completely randomized. That element, absolutely, I can guarantee you right now, is completely randomized because it's not down to how many adverts are ran. It's down to length of time that you're running the adverts, and the maximum amount of time that you can run adverts in any one block is 3 minutes. So 3 minutes of adverts. Now it could be 12 adverts, it could be 3 adverts, it could be 3 1-minute adverts, or it could be fucking 12 30-second adverts. But it's still exactly 3 minutes of stuff. If you run those 3 minutes of adverts every half an hour, so you're running 6 minutes of adverts an hour, I can imagine Twitch going, yeah, fuck it, we'll push this person more because they're making us more money, so fucking let's go. Do you know what I mean? But then you're starting to hamper the viewer experience if you do stuff like that. Oh, there's a question I can ask you while we're still talking about the thingies. While we're talking about ad stuff. Oh, come on. Jesus Christ, Alan. Or would you prefer, and this again, no right or wrong answer, just personal preference, would you prefer, the poll is in the chat now, ad frequency, do you prefer having 3 minutes of adverts in a block every hour, or would you prefer having 1.5 minutes every 30 minutes? So you have 1.5 minutes at the hour, 1.5 minutes at the half hour. So you break it up into like half hour slots, but with a smaller ad break. Them's the questions. That's what I'm putting out to you. I used to browse my following list if there was something interesting or less frequency watch channel getting hit with pre-rolls after I click, just close the browser. Right, okay. On Twitch help article, how to use raids. Thank you very much, Lux. I appreciate that. I was not around to if this was discussed earlier, but do streamers get a cut of turbo revenue? Yes. Where's my fucking... Let me give you the January ad stuff. So as you can see here, these are... The purple one is how much I earn from ads, and the yellow one is how much I get from Twitch Turbo as a Twitch Turbo cut. So yes, we do get money from Twitch Turbo. Personally, do not mind a few minutes, an hour, chance to grab a drink or whatever. Yeah, 30 seconds of ads if I choose to click on a stream doesn't bother me as much because there's something that's made me click on it. 30 plus seconds of adverts when I'm raiding in somewhere though is really irritating because I'm like, I haven't chosen this person. What's going to make me stay? Yeah. Which is the reason I will say that's something we've always been really conscious of in this stream, is making sure that raids that, and I again, massive credit to my wonderful moderators. The amount of times that like somebody's raided in and my mods are like, quick, snooze the ads, snooze ads, snooze. So yeah, massive credit to those beautiful beans. Because yeah. I think I have a warped view on Twitch ads because most places I hang out in, I am subscribed to, which is fair and definitely worth noting for sure as well. Waiting for that brand deal with certain items of enjoyment. I can't do it, Dragainer. It's against Twitch policies. So against Twitch sponsorship policies to have brand deals with adult-oriented objects. Otherwise, I would have them. I wouldn't have Murray. I can absolutely guarantee you now that if Twitch allowed, because they used to allow Adam and Eve sponsorships back in the day, they used to allow Adam and Eve sponsorships and they got rid of that. Then you're not allowed to do that anymore. I think I am allowed for sexual health products, like health and safety shit, so condoms. But I'm not allowed for anything else. 3 minutes of ads. 91% of you said 3 minutes of ads an hour versus 1.5 minutes of ads every half hour. 9% of you said that. That makes sense. That's what I thought it was going to be, but I figured I'd just check because, you know, I making assumptions, make an ass of you and me. Yeah, so you can't have adult-oriented items as a sponsorship on Twitch. Slow growth are probably you collecting a lot of queer sex positive people that want to stick around. That seems to be the mainstay. Yeah, which I mean, I'm not upset about the slow growth. I would like to grow a bit faster, but for me, what's more important is keeping the vibes of the community, keeping the fact that this is a safe place for so many people, that people feel like they belong, people feel like they can talk openly and ask questions and have opinions without being shot down every 2 seconds. You know, like that stuff is more important to me than the speed of growth. I would like to grow. I would like to grow fast, but it's more important to me to keep the vibes of the community than the growth. Do you know what I mean? I came from when you raided December. They did a shout out, and I took the time to check you out before with what you have been talking about before, which I rarely do, to be honest. And I left a follow. I appreciate that, Noraline. That's really, really kind. That's really, really kind. I try my best. Amazing person, good place to be. That's very, very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. 12, 6 minutes exit stage, right? Yeah, I know. To be fair, I can count on one hand how many times I've seen ad 1 of 12 over the last 5 years. Yes, but it will still be exactly the same amount of time. 15 seconds ads. Thank you very much, Lux. If whatever the streamer has allocated their amount of time as, if it's 3 minutes of ads, then one of 12 will be 12 15-second ads. Is it more annoying? Yes, absolutely. But it will still be exactly the same amount of time. And I'm gonna try, if I am able, to teach you something. If I am able, but I'm gonna find out soon. Oh. Okay. That's not going to work. Okay. That's not going to work. I've just tried to open up my own stream in an unlogged in channel to basically try and force an advert so I could teach you all a bit of a trick. But it doesn't look like it's not work. It doesn't look like it's working. It doesn't look like it's working. That doesn't look like it's happening. Okay, interesting. But maybe I could do it manually and show you just generally how that works. Hey, 1.5 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes because I have more time to step away myself. That makes sense. Do you make any revenue from VODs? Not much. It's very, very, very minimal. Peter, not Pete. Can I even see that information? I don't know whether I would be able to. The only way that you can really see that info is, which I can't show you because that shows too much of my stuff. Can I... find a day where I actually earn ad revenue on a day that I wasn't streaming? No, I don't. No, there's not really. Okay, that's not a bad idea. Let me print screen that. Oh no, you fuck. There we go. Because I can't show you the exact data, but what I can do is I can give this information. So if I paste it in there, open it up, and then maximize that screen. That'll do. That'll fucking do. Whatever. Then go over here and show you. So what you can do is if you get your entire, this is my February stuff, you get your entire thing going on here. If you hover over one of the bars, it'll tell you exactly how much you earned on that day with what it was. And so Thursday, I did not stream live. Like I wasn't live on Thursday, the February 19th, but evidently £3.20 or $3.21's worth of paid subscriptions rolled over that day. So the presumably a paid subscriber's sub refresh that day. But as you can see, it separates it out. So the only way you would ever be able to know is to go over a specific day and find out how much you earn from ads, because that's the only information that you would get from ads as to whether you made any money from thingy. But I can tell you, having gone through all of these days here, I earned 0 pennies, 0 cent on the days that I wasn't streaming. So I earned no money from VODs on in February, excuse me. How's it going, Rilu? How you doing? I've been getting a lot more sidebar ads when joining. Joined 5 minutes ago, just got a sidebar ad where your streams gets a little smaller. There's product placement. Yes, I like the sidebar ads. I really, really like the sidebar ads, which is why I've jumped into them, because I'm like, you're not interrupting stream. So I'm a big fan of sidebar ads for sure. 3 minutes seems long, but every half an hour seems uninterruptive. Exactly. Hate ads every 30 minutes. Yes. I am of the same opinion, by the way. I just wanted to know what the general consensus was. So I'm a man and I'm blessed with efficient bowels. Generalized for humor, I would struggle to drop a deuce in 1.5 minutes. Yeah, takes longer than 3 minutes for me to go make a drink, but it encourages me to go get drinks on an hourly basis. That makes sense. Love the mods and love snoozing. Snoozy ads, snooze, sleep, snoozing midday, all good. Think about it, seeing less of, say, more than 3 ads as opposed to now seeing. So it used to be a case, you've got to remember that when it comes to ad revenue, that the ads that Twitch put out there, it's all down to what ads they've paid for, or what ads that these companies have paid for. If a company has paid for a 15-second ad, then they have to put a 15-second ad out there somewhere, you know? Which is also why you might find yourself watching a lot more Twitch ads. Because if somebody has done, like, say it's a 3-minute ads and you've got 2 people who have done minutes. So 1 minute is 1 ad. 2nd minute is 2 ad. And the 3rd minute is a 30-second ad, a 15-second ad. They need to fill that last little section. It's like, fuck, well, Twitch ad. Go. Fill space. You know? Was like, I've definitely seen ED meds advertised on Twitch. I'm so confused. You'll see an awful lot of random shit on the adverts. On all platforms, to be honest with you. I didn't know the sponsors of that nature were allowed. Twitch, what are you doing? Yeah, they're not allowed. They stopped being allowed pretty much when, because it used to be an okay thing, because Adam and Eve did a lot of sponsorships with streamers, and then pretty much around the same time that the whole hot tub meta thing started was when they stopped allowing sex toy sponsorships. I feel like people don't pause, slow down, rewind on the current discussions during ads, and it's starting annoying me, especially if I'm invested in the conversation. Yes. Yeah. Though we always try and take a momentary break, but sometimes I miss it, you know. Asta Lorraine, how you doing? I wish I could turn off ads at all as affiliate. It's not worth to do the ads. I would get 1.5 euro on the ads. Yeah, Asta, honestly, or Asta Lorraine, I completely get that. When I was an affiliate, I was like, yep, turn off all ads. If I could pay money to get rid of ads, if I could pay $15 a month or $20 a month to just get rid of ads entirely, then I bloody well would. I think it's one of those things for, like, hobby streamers. Ads are really, really shit. But then on the other side of things, Twitch still need to make money, you know. Has the Twitch bubble burst since COVID boom? Could be another reason for slow growth. Oh god, yeah. Oh god, yeah. Absolutely. The other major thing that's happened, Pete and not Pete, that is a huge difference, and this isn't my scenario, but a huge difference on the platform as a whole, is the fact that they Twitch had a big movement to get rid of viewer bots, and when they got rid of viewer bots, the viewership of the entire platform went down by like 40%. Big amount of money, like a big amount, which is 40% of viewers that aren't watching adverts. Even if that person hasn't paid for like viewer bots or what have you, because sometimes sponsors pay for them, sometimes people use them for like general browsing, because sometimes somebody's using them and then they raid into another channel, so the bot transfers over as well. There's a whole load of reasons why people could have viewer bots in their system that they don't know about. But yeah, the viewership on Twitch went down by like 40%. It was wild. To be fair, I've been getting, a lot more sidebars. Yeah. I prefer sidebars. Absolutely. Might not be seeing many sidebar ads as I tend to pop the video player out and chat out. That's honestly, Bob Bushman, that's what I was just about to show people, to be honest with you. Second monitor in my portrait, so it helps me fill the space. Yeah. Fill space is all my stage name. Good lord, Gecko. Working on dedicated minigame to run for both myself and viewers when ads are running, so everyone is aware. And I also have the 3 minutes per hour thing. Yeah. You call me Asta, most people do. Amazing, I'll do that. Thank you very much for coming in as well. Welcome on in. Platform as a whole is the Twitch alternative. It's a very different policy on not safe work content. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, but not necessarily one that's super discoverable or potentially the right audience. But I mean, I'm not against it if that's what people are into. I'm old enough, as I am sure many here are also. They better be fucking old enough. Oh, you mean for the thing? He's been around since the ads and chat TV, 4 channels, no fast forwarding or skipping, etc. Enjoy the period of on demand. Yeah, absolutely. Well, the thing about that was the fact that it was like 5 minutes of adverts every 40 minutes, every hour, something like that. You know, ad skipping didn't see come, and also they were programmed adverts, so they never interrupted anything. Something would stop, and you'd see the adverts, and then it'd start again, as opposed to live streaming, which is different. As skippable as it seems, comeback doesn't bother me too much. I ignore them and ignore them. I ignored them then, I ignored them now. Wonder if the younger gens didn't experience it and much more impact. Oh, absolutely, they definitely will be. Like, people that have grown up watching, like, Netflix are now like, what do you mean I've got to have adverts on my Netflix? What the fuck? Absolutely. Same happens with MMOs. Get rid of bots, but don't want to get rid of all of them because those bots are revenue. For sure. For sure. Enjoying this conversation, feeling like a Twitch panel. Part of the reason I ended up going to last year, even though I'm primarily a viewer, still learn a lot. Oh, Swifty, I absolutely appreciate that. I fucking love this shit. As I said before, I'm an absolute fucking nerd for the industry, but I am also very passionate on sharing that information. Like when Twitch do like a policy update or something like that, then we always go through them. We always go through them just to be sure. Right. Okay. So all in all, we've discovered that pre-rolls do impact viewership. From what I've seen, from the information we've got, pre-rolls do impact viewership, and they do impact revenue. It could have longer benefits if a community get used to the whole idea of pre-rolls, but from what all of you have told me, actually, you're perfectly fine with watching 3 minutes of adverts in order to not get pre-rolls. But also because of the fact that you also get, it's another way to support the streamer, especially if that streamer takes the conscious effort to make sure that mid-rolls aren't happening during a raid, and mid-rolls, when there are mid-rolls happening, the gameplay and or conversation is paused in order to make sure that people don't miss out on anything. So the answer, effectively, from what we've learned today, is that generally speaking, people are much more happier with mid-rolls, much more happier to watch through mid-rolls to support the streamer, to remind themselves to get up and get a break and what have you, and to avoid the chance of clicking into a stream and immediately being hit by adverts, especially when the adverts, as we've talked about earlier, might be particularly unsuitable, like fucking horror movie adverts or baby adverts or what have you. Okay, interesting. Thank you very much, everybody, by the way, for taking part in that. I really appreciate it. That was really nice, and I appreciate you getting involved and what have you. If I have the ability and the time, I will try and cut down this 4 hour and 40-minute stream and make some kind of concise video from it. What I might also do is I might just make a completely separate video from it and just be like, right, this is what we learned. Getting too tipsy and silly, but hey, no worries, you take it easy, Gecko, you beautiful bean. Different discussion with you American too. We pay for satellite cable. Yeah, the amount of adverts the Americans get versus the amount of adverts that I get in the UK is unreasonable. Like, it's wild. They have literally built the entirety of American football around how many adverts they can get into it. Learned that when I was in America. I did see one streamer that had an ads are playing scene when the Twitch first started pushing increase in ads, so people knew nothing was happening on stream and they weren't missing anything, which is great. But it does mean that like I agree, I like the idea, but I don't like stopping I don't like stopping the content for the subscribers. Do you know what I mean? I would need to have something different during those times in order to entertain subscribers whilst also making sure other people weren't missing out on anything, you know? Remember when I first saw a certain humanitarian mission ads on Prime, which I don't pay for myself, but then I can use my parents' account for, and I was just like, who the fuck wants to see these propaganda lies? Yeah. Oh yeah, adverts generally are propaganda. There was the YouTube adverts were some of the worst, and also the Facebook adverts. I have seen Facebook adverts for AI removing women's clothing before. While I've been scrolling through my Facebook, I've just been like, oh, there we go. I've literally got a screenshot of it. I've got a screenshot of it because I didn't think that people would believe me that that was an advert on Facebook. So I screenshot the fuck out of it. I was like, look, this is an advert on Facebook, a sponsored fucking advert, literally saying, look, upload your photos and this AI will take their clothes off for you. I have also seen transphobic, homophobic, and prejudice adverts on YouTube. Snake oil adverts, literally like take this pill and it'll stop you from being trans. Yeah, the whole shebang. The whole shebang. Adpocalypse is definitely it's interesting because I think people interpret adpocalypse wrong. People are like, it's the adpocalypse, it's fucking everybody up, blah, blah, blah. But actually, if you look at it from more of the quality of the ads or the amount of ads that people are allowing through, the morality and the ethical nature of those ads, then I agree that it is an adpocalypse. Certainly, I've seen some pretty fucking horrific and immoral shit just pop up on adverts, you know? Well, next stream, 4 hours of ads? God, Lord. Definitely not. Definitely not. Does disrupt the flow, yeah. Imagine the pace of football game with shitload of ad breaks. Oh, good Lord. This is the thing. That's the reason why American football stops so often. They run, they collide, they stop. During that stop, they have a quick 30-second advert. They run, they collide, they stop. Every single time that they stop in American football, they shoehorn in an advert. I tried to get into American football because a friend of mine was into it and I didn't understand it. And it was just like, what? Fuck? What? Super Bowl is just ads with the occasional sports ball. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. For sure. Advertisers don't care as long as they get paid. Yeah. Which is the problem. Which is the problem. Fortunately, some places have ways that you can report the advertisers. And I have. And I have. The thing with YouTube ads is you can pay to have any YouTube video, not even your own, to be displayed as an ad. You can. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. And I've done it. I've done it before. I've done it myself. Where I was trying to push one of my side projects. Because I have got nothing against using money to further a business, to pay for advertising. Because that's what advertising is there for. But there's a difference between paying for advertising and paying people like fucking snake oil shit. There should be a morality clause or an ethical ethics clause in signing the contract when you pay for advertising that YouTube should be held responsible for. Because, say, the fucking anti-trans pills that I saw on YouTube, where it was like, take these pills if you're feeling like you might not be the right gender, and this'll fix you right up, and it'll stop you from all those tranny feelings. And it's like, what is this transphobic bullshit? Well, on top of it being transphobic, it's also extremely questionable. Even if you took the transphobia out of it, they're still snake oil pills. God knows what's in them. God knows where they were made. God knows whether they're gonna kill people. Do you know what I mean? A TV station that put that advert on there would absolutely be fucking punished for it. So why the thing is like, I get the whole thing of like Twitch is not responsible for my actions as an individual streamer, absolutely, but Twitch is absolutely responsible for the adverts that they put on their that they allow people to pay them for. Just like YouTube should be responsible for the adverts that they allow people to pay them for. Do you know what I mean? Like, Facebook is responsible for the AI advert where it takes women's clothing off. Do you know what I mean? All that jazz. Anyway, friends, I like business, Val. Hope we get another stream soon. I love talking about this shit. I absolutely fucking love talking about this shit. This is my baby. Do you know what I mean? This is the shit that I absolutely settle into. And I will happily talk about it again for sure. For sure. I might at some stage do another Q&A at some stage and just be like, right, we'll do a Twitch Q&A. Let's see what it's all about. But now, friends, finally back. You've come back just as I'm about to leave, Chrome. Just as I'm about to leave. I used to be non-personalized TV ads. Now I see the weirdest ads, often generated using AI. This fucking AI ads are disgusting. Pisses me right off. I mean, big ad campaigns, there's at least some restrictions on stuff like health claims. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. 100%. Right? Who regulates it if it's not super policy? Exactly. The adverts need regulators. Of course, you love it. Thank you for raiding over, Crow, you beautiful being. As always, you're exquisite and I appreciate you. Could also be used to damage a channel as well, because these... Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'm going to pay for this person's ad to appear fucking everywhere to annoy as many people as possible. Yep. Could have paid someone's channel to be showed up with an ad. Then very quick skip button to get people very unlikely to like the content, immediately click off. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Malicious, what is it? Malicious, not malicious compliance. I suppose malicious advertising is definitely a potential for sure. Definitely a thing. But friends, we're going to go raid somebody. I've done the bits and pieces, done the things, talking about the stuff, all the bits and pieces. I have come to make an announcement. Water yourself. Thank you very much, Night Dragon. Yes, friends, keep yourselves hydrated and what have you. But we have come to the end of the stream. I've definitely overstreamed because I normally stream for about 3 hours on
Hand it to my ego.
Monday.
Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
Appreciation bits for the talk. Learning done.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I very, very, very much appreciate that. As always, friends, we're going to go raid somebody. We're going to go throw some love at another delightful individual because that's the way. Aha. I like it. Aha. It's the way I like to do things. I think I know exactly who we're going to go raid. But before we go raid, we're going to throw some mod loves in the channel. Also, because Hurricane 25 minutes ago redeemed mod love. So if you could do me a massive favor, friends, and throw out all the mod loves in the channel. You can use any kind of mod loves from any kind of channel. You can use any kind of love hearts from any kind of channel. Say a massive thank you to those wonderful moderators. I would really appreciate it. Mods, thank you so much for all that you do. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for all you do in and out of stream. All the stuff you do for me behind the scenes and all the stuff you do for this wonderful community. I say it every time and I bloody mean it every time because you are phenomenal and I really could not do this shit without you. I could not do this shit without you. I really appreciate you being here and doing the bits and pieces and the stuff and the things and all the jazz. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Friends, let's go raid a friend of mine. Let me get their name right first. If you can stick around for the raid, I would really appreciate it. Just to go throw some love at another delightful individual. As always, you may find that this person's absolutely fucking phenomenal in your cup of tea, and you might want to see them more than any other streamer in the entire fucking world. It also allows me to introduce you to my other friends. My other wonderful friends. Happy-go-lucky scamps that they are. Woo! Only 2 seconds, though. Never mind. Never mind. I thought that somebody had popped up and I was like, oh, I haven't seen them streaming in a while, but they are on their starting soon screen and it's been like 40 minutes. So I don't want to raid over there because God knows how long you'll also be on the thingy for. Doesn't matter. We'll happily go back to the original person that I was going to raid, which is the glorious, the beautiful Mary Majora, who is glorious and is beautiful. A member of the stream team I am a part of, a fantastic streamer who plays a lot of Nintendo-y stuff, Mario and Zelda and bits and pieces. But today, they are not doing that. Today, they are, well, they will actually be doing that, but they're not doing that right now. They will be doing some in a little while, but not right this second, all right? Friends, if you are a subscriber, please copy and paste the first raid message. If you're not a subscriber, please copy and paste the second raid message. Oh, there was a few there. There was a few there because One True Cripple was helping out, and then Nibberin jumped straight in on there. But basically, if you want to do the raid message, you're so vain, I bet you think this raid is about you, using our emotes or your own emotes. We love other people using their emotes. You are very, very welcome to do so. Friends, thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much to raids, the subs, the gift subs, all the cheeky little babies. Thanks so much for the donations. Thanks so much for your contributions towards my understanding, my research, my experiment. Thank you so much for spending your time here, getting involved in the conversation, and hanging about when it is a very niche subject for people who like information about adverts on Twitch and what have you. I'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. GMT, that's 1 p.m. British time, where we'll be playing some kind of weird, interesting chill game that you get to vote on, but you got to be here to be in the vote, all right? Until tomorrow, you beautiful beans, don't do anything I wouldn't do, because if I wouldn't do it, it'll fucking kill you. See you all later, bye-bye!